Hey now, what's going on, everybody? It's your boy Doc. We're gonna watch PPI live here. I'm not sure we're gonna stay on for the day, but I've been reading some things, and the PPI is supposedly more important to the Fed than the CPI report. So a lot of people, we've always been watching the CPI. At least the people that run in the circles that I'm in. The CPI is like our super important number, and it is. I'm not taking away from it, but the PPI has always been secondary, like an afterthought almost. But when I was reading that the Fed looks at the producers and what they're doing, like the manufacturers, they want to know how the manufacturers are doing rather than just the consumers. So just what I just did there while I was talking, like subconsciously, too far, daily. This trend has been super respected. This uptrend. I know it looks weird because I just took away that line. See that makes a little more sense. But we instead of this bottom trend, we've now worked into this top trend. So now if we're going along that and we work into secondary or tertiary, the third top trend, this could be important. Let me make this a little more, a little less obnoxious. Too little. Yeah, right down there. It'll be exciting to see what happens. There is some data. We'll go over the GEX a little bit. The data says that 505 and even 510 is possible. With 510, it might be a little too high. But look at this 505. 505 is right here. This allows it all the way up there. This is all open space. That makes sense with the GEX here. Let me show you the GEX. GEX is gamma exposure, and it has to do with liquidity and where the market may be going based on these GEX strikes here. Let me make it big. So what we have here, we have GEX strikes, right? Right now, the highest GEX strike is 501, along with the absolute GEX, which is the most liquidity, and it also is at this call volume spike. So the call volume spike actually acts as support and resistance, or at least what I found. This is a tool. Everyone can use a tool differently. There's no right or, there's a wrong way to do it, sure, but there is no perfect way to do it, I should say. So this, to me, this call volume acts like a support and resistance. This is pre-market data. Keep that in mind. Right now, CNBC's on commercial break. When it comes back, I'll drag it up and we can watch it live. But that's what I see right there. Maybe I should drop this into chat. Let's get a couple people in here. So I hope that explains a little bit of how I gather that data, that 505 is a possibility today. And again, possibility is a key word. I shouldn't say we're going to 505. It's a possibility. Let's do a little organization. And let's drop a little share. All right. This should be it here. Whoa. We're on edge. See if maybe, you know what, we can do half screen. Nope, wrong half. Sorry. This is the Schwab Edge thing. It's a little tricky to deal with, but it's my bank. It's my bank. Oh no. Hey, I can see that out of my house.
Imprisoned Russian opposition politician
Hang
Alexei
on a
Navalny
second.
has died
Is
at age
PPI
47. That's
this morning?
according
Did I read that
to
right?
Russian state news agency TASS,
Hold
citing
the
the
phone.
prison service of the region
What
where
day is it?
Navalny had been serving a sentence. He was one of
Yeah,
Russian
okay.
President Vladimir Putin's most vocal critics. He was serving a
Good enough.
19-year jail term in an Arctic
Show
penal
enough.
colony, and the accusations are flying fast.
I'm interested in seeing what it is. Maybe not many other people, but
unclear at this point, but they're saying that it wasn't natural. You know, as you'd expect, hearing it wasn't necessarily just natural causes. Up next, breaking inflation and housing data plus instant market reaction. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC.
we are going to see what happens. So that's a little breakdown on where you can kind of gauge where a certain ticker or SPY may be going, or at least where the interest is, where the market may be going. So just a little extra confluence there, a little extra checks, crossing of the T's, dotting of the I's, if you will. But we will see. The idea today is that we're going into a 3-day weekend, right? So going into a 3-day weekend kind of puts everyone into a little bit different of a mode. A lot of people are a little trepidatious of holding positions over a 3-day weekend, and a lot of people actually, hey, I'm going away for the weekend, let me just take a little cream off the top. We had a good week. Why not take profit? Why leave it over the weekend, right? So a lot of thinking going involved. Actually, if you look at the broader sense of it, it's institutional based, so maybe they don't look at it that way, but it's just something to speculate. And that's I think the most fun part of the market is speculating. Commercial break. It sounds like the guy from SpongeBob. Meanwhile. Yeah, we have fun. Oh man, there's no equal in my tea. There we go. Whew, sorry. That's better. Fake sugar, can't beat it. All right, PPI numbers are imminent. I'm not even sure if they read it on CNBC. I think they do, right? Or just no one cares about PPI except for me. Producer price index. Imminent.
Or download the app.
All right.
Welcome back to Squawk Box.
Here's the numbers that only I seem to care about.
News of the day. Let's start with housing starts, 1,331,000. A big miss. That's down nearly 15%. The weakest rate since August of 23 last year. And on permits, 1,470, down about 1.5%. Also a miss. Now for the money numbers. Our January read on producer price index. Inflation at the wholesale level. Headline number expected to be up 0.1% is up 0.3%.
Okay.
The hottest going
Oh.
to up 0.4% September of last year. Now there was a revision, of course. We all know PPI had benchmark revisions just like CPI. So last month is down 0.2%, down 0.2. Let's look at X food and energy. That is known as core, expected to be up 0.1. Buckle up, up half of 1%, up 0.5%, up half 1%.
Whoa.
That is the hottest, and we have to go back a bit.
This is gonna be some action today, man.
Well, March of 22, although we had a couple other up 0.5s in April and May of 22. Also, we had a revision down 1/10 last month that was already out. Ex-food, energy, and trade. Wow, up 0.6%.
This is incredible.
It equals Jan of 23. To find a higher one, you have to go to the high water mark. The high water mark for this series.
I love how excited he gets.
22. And if we look at final demand year over year, up 0.9, also hotter than expected. And the rear view mirror is 1%, up 0.9. That's the warmest, well, just obviously since 1%. And finally, if we look at the core year over year, up 2%, following 1.7. 2% equals November last year. October of last year was 2.3. And finally, ex-food, energy, and trade on the wide year over year,
there it is.
up 2.6, which is exactly equal to the revision last month of 2.6. Obviously hotter than expected. Interest rates have moved up along the entire curve. We see that 2-year note yields, which were at 4.62, are now at 4.67, and 4.67 is up almost 20 basis points on the week. And if we look at a 10-year, it's currently trading 4.31. It was trading 4.27. 4.31 would represent up 13 basis points on the week for a 10-year. So we see there has been some curve movement. Obviously, the pre-opening equities are not very happy about these numbers. Joe, back to you.
All right.
All right, Rick, stay with us for more on the
Thanks
new data.
very
Let's
much.
welcome Joe
That
Lavorgna,
was some hot numbers.
SMBC Nikko
There they go
Securities
over it
U.S.
in the
Chief
panel.
Economist,
Exactly.
Ali Bustamante
Numbers
from
is
the
what I'm really
Roosevelt
concerned about. The rest of it is almost
Institute,
like
Sarah
entertainment.
Malik,
So
Chief
that's-
Investment Officer
That's pretty hot.
at
right?
Nuveen, and our
So
own
what
Steve
does that
Leisman.
mean is that
Steve,
the
I
Fed's
want
going to
to
take this into
immediately go to you
consideration,
because I have
and I'm not
questions
even gonna
immediately
speculate
for you,
how
even
they're
though
going to take
it was in the teleprompter that I go to you
they
first.
look at that.
I just
They
want
look at those
you to know I
numbers.
was going to come to you first
In theory,
anyway, but
more so than
I
the consumer
begged
price
for, at 8 at the
CPI
top of the 8,
numbers that
please
everyone
tell
looks
me
at, and
from
you see
someone
the
we had
biggest
on,
market
please
reaction
tell
around
me
that. But
if this is going to
the Fed
confirm the
is taking
CPI
through-
and some of our
taking
worst fears,
into the PPI
what numbers
more so
would
than
you
the
be
CPI,
talking about
when
that,
the
that
Fed
makes
rate
it
comes
seem
around,
like
we'll
maybe
be
that was
a
more
little
than
more
just
prepared,
a one-off
right? We'll
earlier
know that
this
the
week?
PPI numbers
What
are
are
hot.
they, Steve?
We'll know that
What's
they
in
might
these numbers
affect
that are
their
pretty scary
decision,
or hot?
right?
Is it labor? Where's it coming from?
That's really the long
Well,
and short of
Joe,
it.
Even if you
So-
didn't come to me first, what I was
I
going
don't
to
know
say
about the rest
was
of the day.
it's a little
8:34 right
unclear
now.
to me what the source is of this.
I might
was
just
in
leave
the
this on as
process
I
of pegging a
prep
few
for the
locations
day.
which were kind of
See,
weird.
see
Capital
what happens.
equipment
There he
up
is. Solus
0.6,
is in the house.
government,
What's up, sir?
Equipment up
It's just,
0.5,
little morning-
demand for
morning
services
coffee
up
time.
0.6. That looks like a potential
I wanted to really
a perpetrator here of
get
this
into
higher
it
than
and
expected number. But there's
start
also a lot of
examining
negatives
how these
on
numbers
the
really
energy
affect
on the energy
the
side,
market
negatives
today.
in a lot
You know,
of
and
different
some-
places,
some
things
people
that
see
are
a
under
reaction
control.
like, what's going
It's
on?
not
Oh, it's the CPI
entirely
number.
clear to
Okay,
me
what does
where
that
this
mean?
came
I think
from,
maybe
Joe.
seeing it
We
live
had
would
other
help.
times when the culprit
Kind of like
was
a
this
run
really
through.
weird trade services number
Oh,
or other things
you
like
can hear
that.
the broadcast
I'm gonna throw
still?
it back to you. Have a
Steve,
conversation. If I
I
find
will,
the
I will.
culprit, I'm going to
You
nail
keep
it.
looking, but I guess
Oh,
does
they
just
didn't mute Oh. Thank you, brother. I had it on the computer audio, that's why. Muchas gracias, señor. So I was saying, I think that the numbers are good for people to look at because they'll see reaction in CPI and they'll get it. Okay, those numbers were hot, and I trust that it's better now, right? Okay, cool. Thanks. Not anymore. Great. There's a delay, by the way. Sorry, it's not that I'm not reading. There's always a delay between your typing and me seeing it. But what I was saying during the broadcast that was talking over me, CPI numbers is what everyone looks at. The PPI numbers is, in theory, what the Fed looks at. So that might not have as much market reaction as the CPI numbers did because more people are looking at the CPI, but the Fed is looking at the PPI. So when the Fed rates come around, we'll have a remembrance of the PPI numbers were hot so that the Fed rate will take that into account. So we'll be a little more prepared. So I guess I'm saying if you're watching this video, you're more prepared than anyone who hasn't. There you go. But I don't know. I think I might just leave this on and get used to having it on. I wanted to do like a pre-market prep, but I don't know if I'm going to get into that. Probably advertise it a little more. I'm not bearish today until price breaks below the 2-day view up. SPY price testing it right now. Oh. I don't think I have it anchored on anything. I just use the quant chart. That hasn't updated yet. But good to know. Thanks for looking at it. Who's this? Okay, you got it. All right. I think I might leave this up. What do you think, Solus? Should I leave this up like in the background as I do a little pre-market prep? Hey, if you're sticking around, I'll figure out how to do a collaboration. I'll send you a link. I've yet to do a successful collab with someone. I tried to get Bryant on, and I think I just got audio only, which is be fine. I mean, you can just share audio. Okay. Someone, yeah, that sounds good. That's exactly my point, just to have it on in the background. If something comes up, pop it up. All right, sounds good. I hope I have to realize that I'm sharing a screen and not to put anything sensitive on it, though. All right. I should put that in the title. Passively listening. Almost like Squawk, the Charlie and Benzinga. He'll pipe in once in a while. Okay, anyway. Yeah, I think the 2-day, I always look at it after the market opens. If you have more experience around pre-market, I'll trust your insight on it. But what am I looking at here? Nvidia has data going to 750. I mean, today people are banking 750. I mean, that's interesting. Just to pull it up, rather than talk about it. Talk about it. it's so more relaxing just to have this attitude rather than promote a video and have like 30 people waiting and then come on hot. Just kind of like, hey, man, I appreciate it. I'm not done grooves. Oh. Yeah, talk about passively live. That's a good one. You're gonna passively listen. I'm passively live. Maybe like an over the shoulder. That'd be it. Like not entertain me while I trade. Funny man. It'll be more like, let me just keep you on live. Let's see. What do I want to do? Bingo. That's what I want to do. Dance, monkey. Now he's moving. Oh, I'm so glad, by the way. I was going to get coffee. Oh, I'll tell you when you get back. I was happy that you picked up on my The Dude reference. Big Lebowski. Okay, back to business, huh? We're going to do it. We're going to have some fun today. It's Friday before 3-day weekend. PPI numbers came in hot. We should see some stuff happening. passively. Like over the mm-hmm. Where's a DJ symbol? I guess a record player. There's none. You don't have a record in here? Probably because anyone younger than, I don't know, 35 would be like, what's a record? You mean like history? Keep a record of? Okay. Let's see what the day brings. Checking data. Nothing in yet on the gamma. I'm not even going to post something about the gamma yet. We're going to wait. We gonna wait. Oh, I heard back from Hyatt Place in Phoenix. I got a proposal. Okay. Oh God, she gave Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I might have to ditch the rooms. 8 a.m. No, I need 6 a.m., hun. I called her hun because she called me sweetheart the whole phone call. So it's not like I'm talking. I'm not condescending someone. She was very southern. Meeting place 1, 2, and 3. 55 guests. This is interesting. Let me see. Yes. Sorry, I stepped away too. Yeah. I wanted to. I don't know if you heard me, but I was like, I was really happy that you got onto my. You caught onto my, the Big Lebowski quote. A big movie quoter, but sometimes people just don't. They don't follow it. Yeah, I'm gonna be cutting in and out too. I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna be dancing all day. I should probably post that, right, in chat? Yeah. That is the best compliment I've ever gotten. Yeah, I'll listen until my headphones die. Or actually, that is a really good compliment. I'll listen to you until the wheels come off. I was gonna say, after the headset dies, keep the stream open. I want to see. We might have a record of the longest view duration. I think the longest view I have is close to 8 hours, but we'll see. Oh man, I gotta do some prep. We're at 4 minutes to 9. All right. So this isn't really for you, Solus. I know you have your own game plan, but I have 205 calls left in the Tesla run-up from yesterday's awesome action, and I have to make a better video of yesterday. Yesterday was a perfect example of how to use quant and gex to catch this run-up right off of this bounce right here. But I closed all my 187s on 187.50s, and I left a couple 205s. It's holding above this level, and 207 is the top of the gap. So way back, way back here, on the 24th for earnings, it fell, but it was holding this support for so long and then fell. So this is going to be a resistance, or it should have been. I mean, should be. So 207.78 is probably going to be the top of this end of the run. Yeah, exactly. It was textbook. And I know your past with Tesla. So I would never encourage someone to get into a stock that's been not treating them the right way. But this pattern is playing out beautiful. This inverted headed shoulders. We drew this in the student Discord. I should start calling it one-on-one stocks Discord, not student Discord. But this was drawn here at this line. I think it was Ham Cow. He was like, I see the inverted head and shoulders. I saw a retrace to here, but I didn't see this whole pattern. He picked up on it. I'll have to shout him out that I mentioned him today. But I like Tesla to 207 today, especially after this touch. So the overnight low in the morning is same as the overnight low in post yesterday. That's confluence. I did a nice scalp the other day. Now, 2 for 6 winners, losers with, there's something in the way of the words. With real money. I'm a real boy. No, what is it? I'm a prince. I'm a real prince. If you catch that reference, we're getting a beer together. I'm a prince. I'm a real prince. And it's not coming to America. Same year, I think, or around the same year that movie was coming to America. Oh God. Victoria's Secret is something I've been watching for the past 2 years, and it's just been in an abysmal downslide. And finally, when it's starting to pick up, I hesitate. This was one of the first stocks I started getting into. And ever since it came out, it's been in a downtrend. Now it was at the bottom of it. And this line I drew way back here, but I didn't get in any of this. I don't know why. Nope, got nothing. It was Spaceballs. At the end, when he gets, he finds out he's a prince. He holds up the medallion he's holding. He's like, I'm a prince. I'm a real prince. I don't know why that's stuck in my head. That's another thing about movies. I have stuff that sticks in my head that aren't like real quotable stuff. I mean, Ghostbusters, forget it. I can tell you the whole movie without having it in front of me. But Spy is holding that 500. You should have. Okay, cool. You're in the club. I like it. The fact that you're upset and you should have known that works for me. Spy's holding that 500. We were worried. We, meaning me and my 17 personalities. We were worried that 500 would break if PPI came in hot, but it didn't. It held almost, what is this, 42 cents to the penny. So 505 is in range today for the SPY. And that might be a good lotto, 504s. We'll see when the market opens, but what I'm looking at today is Tesla going up to 205, maybe 207, and then the SPY a good 5 points, maybe to the high side. I forgot what you wrote on what you have here. You're buying the dip. Yep. 500.8 on SPY. Perfect. 3 to 4 index above 2-day right now. IWM broke below. That one always seems to be, the Russell always seems to be a little divergent, right? It always seems to be the one that's doing its own thing. And maybe that's a tell. Let's see without anything. Philadelphia. Look at that. Ping, right off of 550. 500.50. All right, so let me set up some things. Abercrombie and Fitch, who was that? It was just, my memory is the worst. I always feel embarrassed that I can't remember this, but looks like it might be reaching the top. Divergence right here, bearish. Oh, the liquidity is terrible though. Not really. There's some hot spots here. Wow, people really want this to crash down 105, 110. Today, oh my gosh, look at down here. The highest liquidity is at 90. Interessante. This is not for me though. Not enough liquidity. All right, back to reality. Nvidia, I'm not touching. Agreed. I think it's a liquidity thing. Sometimes it dips hard on generally bullish days and bounce, almost like the market needs to get liquidity, so it sells off to a good supply zone. That works. That makes perfect sense. I gotta clean up some of these orders here. Coherent and what was that one? GCT. Put these at the top. These are ones that we're following in one-on-one stocks. What was the other one I just looked up? Oh, Donkey Kong. For my man Locke. Otherwise known to the normal people as DraftKings. I call it Donkey Kong. This had room to go to 50 on all the GEX charts. I did a separate video of it. I posted it in one-on-one. This is all GEX leads to 50. And all technical leads to 50 and then 63. Do we have time to check options? It's 9:04. Very liquid. This is for today. What about March 15th? Calls? Yeah. We're at 45. Everybody's at 50. You see that? 20K block right there. This might be worth posting about in QTA. Daily pivot line spot is 501. Ooh. Yeah, good fighting, good battle zone right there. 501. You know what? I'm going to mark that. Thank you. Market, yeah. Where can you fit space to market, Doc? You have more lines in here than 70s disco party. That was really, I like that. I came up with that right off. That's really disturbing. Oh my God, look at this on the weekly for just a second. Sorry, Solis, if you're on another screen, but this is the SPY on the weekly. How had I not noticed this before? So from November to February, there was one red week. It's insane. This is a reversal candle, though. At the bottom of a V bottom, like if this was here, that would be positive candle. But now that it's at the top of a run, this is actually a bearish candle. That's going to end the week. If it prints anything like this, next week is going to be bearish. But if this pops, it's just going to make a hammer. And that's also a reversal. Look at me spitting out textbook stuff that I was ingrained in my brain 20 years ago. I don't know. This looks pretty precarious. I might be changing my viewpoint on that 505. Now that you said that 501 was the pivot point, we're gonna open at 501. I'm gonna hold off. I'm gonna laissez-faire. You're Canadian. You know what that means, right? Laissez-faire. On a smaller time frame set for double top. Yeah. Okay. This is what community trading is all about. A meeting of the minds. All right, I'm going to stay quiet till market opens so we can all focus. I should say I'm going to try to stay quiet till market opens. I can't stop talking. Yeah, now that we had that little discussion, I'm on board with a bearish week next week on SPY. Look at the indicators. Indicators are hotter than. I can't think of something funny. Anyway, the RSI has made a new high. The price action has made a new high. This is convergence. There's nothing scratchy or iffy about that, but it's just getting real hot. It's in the 75s. It's usually topped out around 75-ish, except for this spike. This was back in before the pandemic. And that's interesting too. If you guys ever want to back check the RSI was really hot before the pandemic crash. So wrap that around your head. Try to wrap your head around that. RSI was peaking, expecting a pullback before the pandemic. Interesting, huh? And you can actually go back for the 2008 crash and the other ones too. But this is ridiculous. One bad week in 3 months. 4 months. November, wait a minute. November, December, January. Yeah, 3.5 months. Crazy, man. Just plain crazy. Hey, what's up, Preston? Yeah, hey, CeeLo's in the house. Sorry, guys. This is more of like a passive thing. I want it to be only on audio when it was possible or prevalent or needed or important or something, but also during market prep. I know everyone likes to prep their own way, so I was trying to keep it quiet. But yeah, what do we got here? Yes, good bounce of the 2-day, slightly breached it, but that shows us we should give the trade some space to work out. Yes, if you scroll up, CeeLo, Solus was talking about there's a pivot point at 501, and also support at 500.8 was the dip. I think it came down to 500.4. So we're holding an important line of 500, but there's some contention right here where we're going to open at 501, and that marks right here with the post-market low, pre-market low. We have 14 minutes. 14 minutes. So yeah, so just to recap, I'll be reading what you guys write, but I think this won't be a dancing, this won't be a show. Well, maybe it will later, but at least in the beginning, as we prep and get the market open. But yeah, we're gonna have fun today. We're gonna do some things, updates on lots of different stuff, conference, seminars, QTA. We're gonna be using QTA a lot too. So if you don't know what QTA is, go check it out, quanttradingapp.com. There's a free part. You can join public chat. People post in there all the time. We post setups and stuff like that. If you consider joining, use the code DNOW30, and it'll give you 30% off your first month and a live demo with me, and we'll get you all squared away. All right, 13 minutes. Just do your stretching. Do your stretching. Keep in mind, guys, it's Friday before a 3-day weekend, and we had an amazing week. It was a little all over the place, right? We had the dip, touch of the trend, and now the back up. So 505 is data saying there is room for 505, but there is contention at 501. No surprise, market is hovering here at the support and resistance that could be interpreted as bullish above or bearish below. Exactly. So keep your safeties on. Keep your finger by the trigger, but keep your safeties on. If you're day trading, CeeLo, I know how you trade. Wait for your entry. And don't go all in on a position. Go 20% on a position. And if it goes your way, add more. You know what I mean? Okay, 12 minutes, prep time. Impressive price. That's awesome. There's no goal to make you what you should be making. It's all up to you. It's all, you're your only competitor, and you're your only adversary. Sorry, but you come to the right place. We are forever students, and as far as teaching and students go, you're in the right place. Did I give you an invite to the Discord? That's where all my colleagues and the clients and all our colleagues are together, so you can check it out. Let me get rid of that call. Yeah, exactly. Better than losing. That was an interesting year. If you can make it, if you can make it in 2022, you can make it any year. If you can make it here, you can make it any year. So I just wanted to share a thought that I was going through. Sometimes if I'm a little excited pre-market and I see a couple different moves I'm looking at, and I start setting up like 3 trades or 4 trades, 5 trades, I'll have to take a step back and say, all right, I should not be getting into 5 trades in one day, especially if it's going to be 0 DT on a Friday before the weekend starts. I have a few that I want to go a little farther out, like DraftKings. So this I'll have to wait during the day, see how that goes. You got to narrow down and pick your best winners, pick your best horses. Oh, okay, Preston, hang on a second. I got you. So this is an invite to our student Discord. But I'll let you can come in and pop around, and everyone's super nice there. Everyone in there is either a past client that I taught or worked with or coached, or a colleague. So feel free to post whatever you want without judgment. And if you ever do get judgment, let me know. I'll bring down the wrath of Discord moderator on him. No. But yeah. And if you're ever interested in classes or just a one-on-one session, let me know. I'll set you up, get you all geared away. So back to my point. If I have NVIDIA going down to 725 and I have Tesla going up to 205 and I have the SPY that's at contention, I got to pick 2 of my best horses. We don't want to bet on every horse in the race. So I know there's some people, I don't know if they're in here, but that I speak to that are like, oh, I have 5 trades going. And some people can handle that. And even if you can, just consider taking 2 out of those 5, you know? Just something to consider. This is also a good one I should mention in our Discord. ATSXS. Might be a little too late to mention it, but this is something I had my friend in for a while. He got in around here, and he was cursing at me this whole way down, and I said, that's okay. I'm adding more to my portfolio. He goes, you're crazy. He's not a day trader. He's a master electrician for New York. He did the lights at Empire State Building, actually. So anytime you see a picture of Empire State Building, that's my boy Mark. So I was buying into here, and I stopped well before this run-up. Unfortunately, I should have added more, but a small position. I really wanted more in my portfolio. I'm waiting for this little pullback here for more higher. I'll do a little write-up on that and mention it in the Discord, but all right, Preston. So am I pronouncing it right? Is it Preston or is it Preson? Tesla's now, it's holding high, but it's testing this level. Tesla's going to be one to watch also. If this level breaks below 200, 197 is the next way down. If this holds, 207 is going to fill the gap. And I might stay mute at market open just so everyone can like concentrate on the trades. And consider also waiting 10, 15 minutes after market open to place any trades. I have to be quiet because I have a couple trades I'm considering closing, like the Tesla 205 call. I might just pull the trigger and close that. It's up 132% on the trade yesterday. A closing yesterday would have been smart, but it would have been nice to close it here, but you can't because it's after market. Overnight, I mean. And thank you guys, everyone, for joining us here. If you haven't already, hit like and subscribe. We don't do this all the time. Preston, that works. Gotcha. So like and subscribe and hit notifications for the bell. We don't do this all the time, but when we do, you'll be notified. And I do videos, also video breakdowns. If you're looking at a ticker, shoot me an email or something, let me know, and I'll do a video breakdown of your ticker. Okay. That's a good way. When I was looking for a name for my company, I searched which website domains were open first, because I did it the opposite way. I did StockDoc, and I searched for a domain, and I called the guy. He goes, yeah, that's not available, but maybe .net is. I'm like, no, it's available. I'll go get it. By the time I went back to get it, he had bought it, and now he was offering $20,000 for it. I was like, So if you're ever looking for a domain name, look at Squarespace and find it yourself. Don't go to a guy or a girl who handles them, like a broker, because all they do is buy the domains that are similar to yours that you're looking for, and then come back and charge you $20,000 for it. Okay, Donkey Kong. See, all right, other people calling it Donkey Kong now. So there's a video in the Discord that you just joined, Preston. There's a video breakdown of Donkey Kong. This morning I did it. It's fresh, a fresh new batch, right out the oven. You can smell the blueberries. We're gonna have fun today. Solus, I don't know if you were in the conversation about our conference, our seminar meetup, but we were planning on a Phoenix seminar. I have some people in talks to try and invite, and some tools, and also just some live trading, mainly just like education and psychology of trading. Like if everyone's already an experienced trader, there are so many extras to add into it, but it's fresh because Miss Melody made it. Ow. Why is that? It's giving me chills. It's fresh because Miss Melody made it. Dang it. Don't tell me. Oh, God. I have to Google it. I have to find out for myself. It's fresh. No, I don't know it. Sorry, I was thinking it was like a Will Smith reference. It's fresh because Miss Melody made it, but it's something different. Oh, I can't play it. Dang it! This is why we need to have a private, live trading. We'll get there. I thought it was something like Will Smith. It is old school. All right, because I looked it up and it said 2015. Yo, what's up, D Square? Yo, cool. Yo, man, it's $25 to get this jam, man. Don't worry, it's fresh. Miss Melody made it. I knew it was Miss Melody. I knew it was something old school. I don't know why I thought Will Smith. Oh, man, we're getting sidetracked. Market open in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. If you guys ever gone to Saturday Night Live in New York City, you'll know that reference. This guy screams out, 2 minutes before showtime. That's another thing. When we do the New York City seminar, I want to get tickets to Saturday Night Live and we'll go. That sounds hot, right? Man, I'm on fire with getting everyone together. And you got to be able to enjoy life and trade at the same time. We can't just be stuck behind these computers all day. I mean, I can. I love doing that, but life moves pretty fast. If you don't stop trading, look around once in a while, you can miss it. All right, buckle down, buckle down. 60 seconds. All right, 5 seconds. Good luck, everyone. I'll see you in a few minutes. SPY looks to be holding that 501, using it as a platform to go higher. Tesla's retesting its pre-market low. Should I cut it or should I stay with it? We lose this level amount. Still up 80% on it. I think it's going to hold right here. We want what you know, not what you think, Doc. That's right. All right, so here, this is the absolute overnight low. Or maybe 200. All right, I'm going to leave that in the background. How's SPY doing? Lots of contention around that 501.50. Nvidia. Oh, right down. Raj. I knew it. I always say, I knew it. No, that's not true. You had an inkling. That would have been great put to get right off the bat, to get this slide right down here. This is where it's going to stop. We break here, we go there. 732 to 725, it's a pretty good move. Tesla might be holding. Hold it. Nope. Tesla just fell, I think. See, this is a good reason why you need to wait 10 or 15 minutes after market open. There's just so much volume being exchanged back and forth. It's hard to gauge a direction. But if you're fast, like CeeLo fast, you can get a put straight down to here and you'll be out by 9:35. You can call it a day. That would have been a nice 80% drop on any. Okay, Nvidia's really going the direction I had. I'm going to be really mad if it gets there and I didn't get in. Tesla's broken. I gotta get out of I gotta get out of zero DTE. It's just too. It's too hyper focused. I like to be a little more relaxed. Who am I kidding? I love it. Who are you kidding, sir? Right down to that line. Indecision. It's going to have on the bottom of the VWAP. That's something to notice. Tesla is definitely broken route. I'm still up 19% on that trade. We'll get it. Cut it out. So this is a perfect example on why you should take the money when it's given to you. Yesterday, that 205 call was up 132% at the close. When it opened, it was up 80%. I finally closed it around 19% on the total trade, and exactly where I closed it, that's where it finds the bottom. That's fine. That's typical. But the 187s or the 197.50s, did I say 187 before? 197.50. That one, those paid, so I was able to leave them overnight. Just a little. It's not good for the heart. It's definitely not. I went to a cardiologist 3 weeks ago, because I had pain in my chest. And I mentioned that too. I was getting prepped for a surgery. I was like, yeah, I have kind of a pain. I was like, don't freak out. I was like, it's kind of a pain in my chest, but I think it's muscular. So they sent me for all the tests, and I came back super clear. I was like, okay, good. Because I thought, I'm like, man, am I having chest pains because I'm doing zero DTE all day, every day now? And it's a real thing. Oh. NVIDIA took a while to update, and look at that dip right down. Used it as a bounce, crushed back through the VWAP. Holy moly. All right, 750 on NVIDIA looks like. Jesus. Oh, did we do it? What's a 750 call for NVIDIA today? Oh, just a cool $315. Check the GEX. Oh. No, the oh, there goes NVIDIA. Those 310 calls are now 355, 350. Might not be breaking that. If it breaks that, that's the go ahead right there. Why did it pick that spot over the other one? Is there something I missed? Yeah. A little higher. Or is it back testing this? That makes more sense. Down to 15. In this line. All right, Gex, where are you? Here's the Gex for NVIDIA. super strong to 750. All right, that's enough for me to take a little bit of a gamble here. By gambling, I mean I'm not fully looking into researching this yet. I'm kind of just going on two confluences. I'm going on this being support, and I'm going on the GEX saying high to 750. I should wait for one more GEX to come in. It's coming in at 7 minutes, but I'll get in one small size right now and then add if it goes my way. I like how these indicators are resetting here. They're coming down, but the price is holding. So it's almost like the best analogy I use is an archer pulling back her bow, building up that potential energy to let it explode. Or it just could be letting us know, hey, bearish divergence, we're going down. You kind of have to use your eye and a little bit of experience to kind of use your gut and think which way. I'm feeling up if this holds. Negative. Failure. Or is it just an exhaustion? See this? Looks like a pretty good bull flag to me, huh? Is this line maybe messing up my... Let's get it. Your GEX coming in 5 minutes. I could look up the advanced GEX, but I don't want to tear my eyes away from this action. I think we're going up. Do I dare get on the 5 second? Oh boy. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Yeah, low volume. I didn't even look at that. So what Solus is drawing your attention to is that the volume went into a lull during the pullback. And that usually means that the exchanges are drying up, and it's finding a level. So then you want to wait for that volume explosion, and it'll take us to new highs. Good call. We gotta get on a co-op live, I think. Because you look, Solus, you look at the things that I don't. Like I'm more, I don't know, just everything that you've told me is stuff that I don't look at. Complimenting. That's the word I'm looking for. All right, keep in mind this is the level here. If this is lost, that would be a bad indication for anything higher. Oh, what's the quant say? Look at me, not even going after the charts that I trade with every day. Should have been the first thing I looked All right, I have my risk allotment for the day, and I'm tempted to put a hedge in here, but I won't. I'm just gonna cut it if it does drop. I have to be responsible. I don't want to put all my risk into one play. And we have a fail. Or is it just an extended of the flag? Don't move that one. That would be a really big flag. Oh. Oh, this is the 5 second. That's why it's all weird. 15 second, I mean. Could be using this level. Yeah, there you go. That makes a whole lot more sense. All right, where's the quant? Gone. Terrible. Stopped out. $7.30. This is the quant on NVIDIA. We have this full line, the 2-day VWAP, now is in line with the intraday low. We opened up here. This could be a target for a bounce higher, 730 to 732. Should have looked at that first. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? SWC, that's what you always say, Solus. Still no volume on the drop, so I wouldn't be concerned yet. Good call. Let's get back to the minute. Let's get back to reality here on the minute. See, now it's just looking like a move rather than a flag. That's why there's another Discord with people that I've been in that Discord for a couple years, but they're focused on the 15 second to trade on. And I try to say the 15 seconds is good to drop in and take a look at, but it's not a different market. It's the same market that we're used to. It's just on a smaller time frame. It's not that it's moving faster. It's just a look into it. SCW, shoulda, coulda, woulda. All right, that makes a lot more sense that we're holding there. This 732, I think it technically it dropped to it on the open. So this could be looked at as a bounce off that line. And again, for reference, not a flag anymore, but it's a move, right? This is the quant chart. Let's get a refresh. Can I get a refresh? Miss Melody made it. So the quant chart, if you're not familiar with it, is just a proprietary calculations of lines using the sell zone, the buy zone, and intraday lines to kind of give you a fresh take on where some levels might be. These are actually they're non-technical, which means I can draw my technical lines here and have different information coming from the quant. The quant. VIX dropping. Ooh. Let's keep an eye on that SPY, right? So normally, for anyone listening, a drop in the VIX can usually lead to a spike in the markets. Like an unusual move in the VIX translates to a move in the SPY. Let's see, trend happening here. Kind of rudimentary, but that works. Touch one, touch two, touch two. This NVIDIA should come up here now. Its VWAP's in the middle though. TT, that's Trady Ticks. I wanted to get, I was looking in to get Trady Ticks for our student Discord. Watch for RSI divergence on SPY, making new low of day. I love how the the RSI and MACD translates with the price action. RSI and MACD was the first ones I learned. I still keep them up. I cycle through other ones, like the Vortex it's so hot right now. Hansel, he's so hot right now. The Vortex indicator is one that I use most frequently, frequently, consequently. See, this looks like a reversal right here, but you know, trading, selling, and then buy, new higher low, but now new lower low. Oh, maybe that's a double touch, double bottom. Could be. I'd really like it if Nvidia does not fail here. Found this twice. Fell through it. Okay, what are we looking on the 15? This is out of here. So 732 is our 2-day VWAP and our intraday low. So in reality, it would have been better, or in a perfect world, it would have been better if I pulled up this quant chart first before putting that starter position higher. It would have alerted me that this is a major level that's going to be going back to on NVIDIA. This is why live kind of changes the way I look into it. I'm not saying, I'm not blaming it. I'm just saying I should have, could have, would have checked all my confluences first. I remember saying it like, oh yeah, I'm just going on this as a gamble. So 732 is our hold. It looks like it's bouncing off that nice. All right, I'll refresh and show you the quant, how that works. See that is NVIDIA. The 2-day VWAP is precisely at 731.73, but the intraday zone spans from 730.50 to 732.64. So the 2-day is 731. Alert, alert. And if we have a nice double bottom here, that would be a sign for higher. We looked for this opening move down. Tell me my initial move is playing out. That I should have went with the down, my initial gut. This is the 2-day VWAP. I'll highlight this. There's also a gap down to 727. Man, I really should have done more research before trying to get into that upside swing. Good thing for stops, though. Stops are life. 727 is the gap. Or is it 725? I just moved it from the gap. Nope, 727. So if you're just tuning in, this is a passive broadcast with just a few friends, not promoted or anything like that. But we are actually following along, trying to, not trying, we are using quant trading app to trade NVIDIA, it looks like this morning. I've kind of zeroed in on one guy. So NVIDIA popped. I was all on board. I kind of get into it. This is exactly what I tell people not to do. I'm like, oh, I don't need to check it. I'm gambling a little bit. We got stopped out when it crossed the VWAP. Now we're at the 2-day VWAP and the intraday zone for support. And we're working, that's around the 730 to 732 area. This is the 2-day VWAP. This is the zone. Probably put another line there. This is the 2-day zone here. This white line to this white line. And that's the 2-day VWAP. This is the gap. So this move down could be NVIDIA's first move. You might want to just cover this gap at 727. If this holds, this could be a move to the top of the 2-day VWAP. If this breaks above again, we might have a move upward. If not, this first gut move that we drew, this orange line plays out. That's amazing. Why did I just stick with my pre-move gut? Oh, you gotta love it. You really have to. That was like, oh, okay, we're gonna see NVIDIA drop to here. And then for some reason, I was like, oh no, we're gonna gamble up higher. Freaking idiot. If it goes right to that 725 where I initially had it, I'm gonna lose it. I'm about to lose it, lose it. Look at that. Jesus. Give me credit for not taking the move that I drew. Funny. This is why human emotions have no place in trading. You guys literally watch me live, like, oh, we're breaking. Okay, I'm going to take a gamble. I said out loud, I'm like, I'm not going to do any more confluences. This is going to be great. And then, pow, right through my stop loss, right down to the initial trading. Now, this would have been a good time to entry. I don't think I will because I tend not to chase a trade if I pick the wrong way the first time, but I don't know. Those 750s are now 80 cents. So now we're on the south side of the VWAP competing. Now this could become resistance. Does that make sense? It was support when we're above it, and now it's resistance on below it. Still no volume, right? Solus pointed that out, that there was a lull in the volume as it came down. RSI is bottoming out. It's flattened, so we have a flat price action with a lowering price here. That is bullish divergence 101. Now we're competing on the bottom side of it. I'll refresh the quant and slide it over. Oops. And look how lovely that just filled the gap. Whoops. Filled that gap broke down through the 2-day VWAP, through the intraday zone, filled that gap at 727, and now we're in the 730 on the bottom side of the intraday, acting as resistance now. A scalp on NVIDIA? All right, we're on board. We'll follow along. Long to the bottom of that wick. Long to the bottom of that. Oh, on the quant? It's refreshing. Ouch. Rejection at the 2-day VWAP. Sorry, I flipped off the quant chart. I'm trying to get it back. All right, got it. All right, now we're fighting on the resistance side of the 2-day VWAP. Slide in the corner here. See how this translates? We're on the bottom side of this. A rejection here could drive us down to 721. But a pop through there in a retest, we'll have to see. I'm not going to speculate anymore. $725.73 is the low from yesterday close. Is it all day low? No, there's another one, 724. Unbelievable. Look at that. Right to a T. My morning move. Oh, I'm only surprised at that. I'm not trying to gloat. I'm only surprised that I didn't take it. That's why I'm really surprised. I said, oh, yeah, this is it. Perfect. Just take it at open, Doc. Okay. Took my marching orders, threw them away. Terrible. It always seems every time I go live, it's like things not to do. It's because I think when I'm live, I'm more alive. I'm more, more adrenaline or something going, something. But it's way less planning. It's way less research. When I should be looking at 3 screens, I'm kind of concentrating on one. Unbelievable. And this was probably like an 80 cents put. 80 cents put. What was it? The 726. We'll find out in a minute. I want to see if this holds. Where's the absolute bottom from yesterday? This is our Alamo right here. If we break that, I'm switching from playing the upside to switching to something else. I'm not even going to play the downside because I don't know if there's downside. Oh, God. There's way more downside. There's downside to the teens and all the way back to 700. All right, maybe we have a new plan. So now a lot of people are FOMOing in on this. The volume is dropping still. We want to see a bottom come and then volume increase. Stopped out of NVIDIA a little below even. Yeah, I got stopped out too in my calls. I think that's what happens also. We try to, it's like a herd mob mentality kind of a thing. If someone mentions, hey, NVIDIA looks pretty good long, it plants that seed in everyone's head. So we kind of have to like wash our brains. But then the other thing is then you just have to trust the data, right? Like this line, I can't believe how effing perfect this was. We're going to make it super fat. Look how amazingly perfect that is, and I didn't take it. If I took this, I would not be gloating about it. I can tell you 100%. I'm only saying this over and over because I didn't. So funny. And that goes right along my theory. I give better trade advice than what I do. Oh, Vix did some weird moves there on IB on international brokers. It was a sharp drop, then a pump. Let's flip over to the Vix real quick. Whoa, yeah. You're not kidding. Okay, so let's review on NVIDIA. These are the 5-minute candles, right? Strong buying pressure, didn't work out. Red candle, more strong buying pressure. The next candle's in under a minute. We'll see. If a green candle comes here and we pop through this VWAP, the 2-day VWAP, we're going to want to see a break and a retest. Doesn't have to happen, but it's one of the moves that are sought after in the QTA universe. That's Bryant's like go-to move. A break and retest signals more continuation. Speaking of Bryant, I think I got a message here. Yes. Hey, all right. Welcome, Bob. Amazing. Took my eyes off NVIDIA. Is it screaming towards 713? Okay, we have that green candle we were looking for. This is a really good sign if we're looking to go higher. We have this wick signifying, okay, there might be reversal coming. Then this wick, which is a hammer. It's a hammer. Even though it's a red hammer, this is a bullish candle. This one has to confirm that, though. If this one is more red, then we're just going to have a continuation down for this touch. If this is green, then we might be seeing higher. What's it say in a minute? Nice bounce off those lines. We can be working on an inverted head and shoulders here, which would be a good pattern for reversal. And that would look something like this. That's the type of pattern that could signify reversal. Otherwise, it's a break, a retest, and more low. Hold your breath. Why am I alerted to SPY weekly? That's weird. It's never happened before. Oh, because oh. Issue. Went to issue. Okay. The RSI has slight bullish divergence. I look for one more lower low, and if RSI is higher still, I'll try re-entering longs. Nice. Good breakdown. So what we're looking at here is a flat RSI from this point to this point and a lowering price action. This is bullish divergence. Then you want to look for convergence. So if it's letting you know, hey, we're diverging, we're going to turn it around now, And then if the RSI matches up with the price action, it's almost like, okay, confirmed, we're going up, you know? That's how I read it. And again, tools are meant to be used differently between different users. There's a wrong way, I guess, to use it, but there is no best way. You can always find a better way. There's no best. Back at the 2-day VWAP, and just to give you an inkling of what that looks like, I'll refresh it here. After it refreshes, I'll zoom in a little. Bright light, bright light. See? We broke down, now we're coming back. This is a testing of the 2-day VWAP. This might be a testing for more low, but this strong buying pressure will not convince me that this is a good retest. It convinces me that it might fail, but it also doesn't convince me like puts are on. So right now it's like in limbo, right? Almost like what Solis said. He's waiting for a signal on his end. I'm waiting for a signal on my end. And then, because I've been focusing on NVIDIA all morning. It's like now I'm invested time-wise in following it. I'm looking at Tesla and SPY, and there's not much happening there. But NVIDIA has a lot of movement. Let's check the GEX. It says no new GEX is in. Oh, 10 a.m. It's new. New news. No news is good news. I'm Gary Gnu. So this is a little hard to see. I'm going to blow it up, take it over. Call volume right here at this strike, which is high 740, 746, 747. 730 is the most liquidity level, which we're at right now. So this is kind of eating it up. We just came from like this direction, but this is much easier to go to than way down here. So we want to find the path with least resistance or the most attraction. So this is like 7 million. This one is 8 million. Right now we're at 12. This is it's easier to go down to this way from where we are right now. It's easier to go this way. But the main target, the main overall target would be up here at 750. This is where the call volume spike is. It's the second highest GEX. The first highest is in the 740 range. So if we are able to get attracted up to this way might be much easier, and this would be the top of the day, 750. But this is still looming, this number, 725. Did we hit that? We did. Okay, perfect. So this works out. So, sorry. So the track was, say we're here, this liquidity, we go down, we touch 725, we check box. It's a box, we check this off, and now where do we go? We go to the most liquidity. The most liquidity is up this way. So as far as GEX is concerned, this is the overall target. This is target 1, this is target 2. We had a dip down here just to make a quick stop for our road trip up. That's the overall plan. What stands in the way of that plan is this intraday zone, right? The intraday zone and the 2-day VWAP stands in the way of that plan. Don't do that. Don't do that. Work with me, right? This whole area, and now the VWAP is coming in. So this is going to be a little point of contention, and this is not helping either. That for so long, 733.42 was the top. So we may have to blast. So 732.66 proved to be something earlier, and now it's proving again to be some sort of resistance. We're bouncing around the intraday zone. That could be the resistance that drives us lower. If we break that, we hit the VWAP, come back and test it. Let's update this. I don't want to borrow another line. Just make another one. This is going to represent the VWAP. This is representing the 2-day VWAP. And it looks like this is not even going to be an issue. We now have a double tap on the bottom side of the 2-day VWAP. What is it that it's here? What is here? 728. There's some type of support at 728-ish. 728.50. So the vortex indicator, when the blue's on top, you're in an upswing. When the gold is on top, you're in a downtrend. When they bounce off each other, you'll get an explosion to one side or another. So if the blue were to bounce off the gold right here, it's signifying a big move up. If the gold crosses, it should signify that we're going back down. Now this is becoming a trend. Oh, gosh. Well, how is it respecting this weird line? Look, it tapped it here, broke it, tested it. Now it came up. It's testing, playing around with it again. This is not a data line. This is a line that I used as trajectory down, which I still can't believe I didn't play. I even said, oh, I'll just take a shot at it or let it open. I'll take an 80-cent put. Didn't do it. Didn't do it. 725 put right now is probably worth money. 725 is now worth $3.23. What was the trajectory of the 725 put? 340. This is delayed, these numbers, by the way. So where's the open? Open is here. Open was $1.47, and when we touched it, it was $4.67. Not bad. That would have been over almost a 3x gain that we didn't take, but was perfectly predicted. Let's shut everything off and see what we're looking at. Down. So this almost looks like a bear flag now, right? Big pole, flag. This line here is 727.85. Let's clean this up a little bit. This might be the move. Shoulder, head, shoulder, higher. But this level has to hold. That would really help us drive through the 2-day VWAP. This move right here. No pressure. Oh, I'm missing chat. Now I see the inverted head and shoulders pattern you drew. Might be a good long entry too. Nice. Confluence. Man's distinctive mark alone. Not God's, not the beast. Actually, that's progress. This YouTube video is brought to you by stretching. It's free. It's not even 10:30 yet. It feels like it's noon. Look at that move. Oh, every time I look at this, I'm kicking myself. I have to move this out of the way so I'm not looking at it constantly. But I don't want to delete it because it was perfect. Kick, kick, kick. All right, we're starting to see a green candle on the 15-minute. And Bryant, the creator of QTA, that's one of the things he looks for in reversal. He'll look for the first 15-minute green-looking candle for a positive reversal. So if we got stopped out on our play higher here, we catch a break or a support here for a potential higher. But what looms is this 2-day VWAP, this gray line right here. This is a very important line. I'm late. Very, very important date. Now we have a little box to go with. Also, I have to slow down. Sometimes if I'm doing a trade while I'm live, I'll quickly glance and say, okay, that's it, click. But then realize, like, wait, no, I was checking out puts for someone else. I got to make sure I switch to the coal side. So we're toying with the 2-day again, but we still haven't broke above the intraday zone. And the 2-day VWAP is the actual, you'll see it on the chart as a line, but it's an average of the volume and the price. So it is a little on both sides. It's not going to be a perfectly pinpointed line. All right, we're coming up to the VWAP. Hold your breath. So this VWAP, you could see a bounce off of it. And then if it holds this level, when this baby hits 88 miles an hour, you're going to see some serious stuff. So we have a nice move here, right? So this was almost 5 minutes worth of green. I'm not saying there's going to be a pullback, but it wouldn't be shocking if we ran into the VWAP, pulled back a little, gathered our senses to break through it. There also could be a retest of that 2-day VWAP zone. So let's anticipate and not improvise that this is a possibility. If it doesn't play out, if this doesn't play out and just comes back to here, that's fine. We've just mapped out our second to worst case scenario. Our worst case scenario, if we're looking for for calls, is that this fails again. If this fails again to below, that'll be it for me for the day. I'm not looking for calls on NVIDIA. If this rejects and we hold here, or even hold here, that's a good sign for higher. And look how that freaking works out. Oh, I love technical analysis. The regular VWAP now is matching up with this zone here that we first took in the video. Entered on the breakout on NVIDIA and just exited. I'll admit it was revenge trading. Yeah, I'm on board. I'm very revengey today. I'm looking for, I don't know why. That's really bad. I should step away. But I'll follow it just for everyone because we're following it all morning. I feel bad that, because it's going to be a 3-day weekend, and if anyone pops into this video and they're playing along with your cards at home, I feel bad if we cut out of this. We're coming up to 10:30, which would be 1 hour of trading. Every hour you should take a break and walk around for 5 or 10 minutes. I think they say 10 or 15 minutes, but I think that's a little excessive. I mean, not excessive, it's just a lot to ask for. Okay, so we bounced off the daily VWAP. Now we're on the 2-day VWAP. 730.87. I'm going to translate that to our lower charts. The charts below a minute have a totally different line graphing style. I'm going to take a break now. I envy you. Motions are running high. Yeah, I agree. I don't think, I think this style of trading is detrimental. I think going live should be more educational and showing how to use the chart rather than trying to nail down a live trade together. Especially, you think it'd be better. Like, oh, we have 2 minds working on it, but for some reason it never comes to fruition. It's always like get into that team mentality, like, oh, let's do it. It never works out. So back to the drawing board after today. Still lull. Still, see how we had a volume, obviously the pop when we first opened, but as this move is coming down, we have a lull in the volume. Now that we're finding a base, we want to see a pop in volume. We break through this VWAP, retest this, the high of overnight and the high of day. Everything depends on this VWAP right here. No pressure. How did this line come to work? What happened to my... What happened? It's broken. Okay. That was an inverted head and shoulders. I don't know what happened to it. Ghosts in the machine. So this looks good. You have a huge green bar. You're going to get a little pullback, especially when you run into the VWAP. I'm still looking at calls, and let's check on the quant data. But I want a new Palumpa now, Daddy. Yes, yes, you can. New NVIDIA decks coming through. All right, a little cleaner. This is going to be important. There'll be a quiz after. Gex, come on. NVIDIA is flirting with 732 right now. What's happening? Here we go. 732, holding 732. So we're here. We are at 732. We are passing the absolute GEX, the highest liquidity. We are now moving towards 735. A move here, this is almost a lock. And I say almost lock because nothing's ever guaranteed. But if it moves here, willingly, this was the hard move. This move to 735 was harder. The move from 735 to 740 is much easier. So keep that in mind. 735, hard. 740, easy. Hard, easy. And then here is another story, 750. But one level at a time, right? Let's get back to the action. So what we say, 735, hard move, 740, easy. Break of a break of the VWAP and getting the 735 is the hard move. That's good. It's good to do the hard thing. If you get the hard thing out of the way first, the rest is gravy, as they say. Do we have too many lines? Okay. Let's see how the indicators look. The MACD is finding a bottom. We want this gold to cross the blue, the histogram. We want this to get close to the zero barrier and eventually turn green. The VI, the gold is on top, which means the downtrend still has the power. But as the gold is coming back to the blue, we're coming up to a crossover or a bounce event. One of two things can happen. We have a crossover, the blue crosses the gold, we'll see a pop higher. If the gold bounces off the blue, we could see a pop lower. All right, so now we've crossed the 2-day VWAP and we're coming back to test it. This is a retest of the 2-day VWAP on the north side. If it holds, we go higher. If it fails, we go lower. Plain and simple. I'm going to slide the quant chart over in a minute. Just want to see with this candle if it turns green or not. So if you guys are just joining us, you're getting a free lesson on how you should be using the quant chart and instead of trading emotionally. Quant chart told us this was an important level. It broke it, retested it, it failed. Now we're on the top side. We ran into VWAP. We're coming back and we're retesting the 2-day VWAP on the top side. If we hold here, bounce, we manage to break through the VWAP and hit 735, an easy ride to 740 is in the forecast. But if we hold here, get rejected at the VWAP, and keep testing this, the 2-day VWAP will be in contest with the regular daily VWAP. Whichever one fails first, that's the way we go. 2-day fails, we go lower. The regular VWAP fails, we go higher. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be an amazing fireworks show. So now we're testing on the top side. Top side seems to be holding. Let's drop down to the minute, see what the action looks like. Pretty good, right? We expected a break and a retest of it. This looks like it's playing out. We have to really find some momentum and volume if we want to push past this VWAP here. If not, we get rejected again, we're going to just revisit this 2-day VWAP. And if we were at, what's the GEX look like again? It's pretty high. So the higher the GEX on that strike that we were just looking at, this chart, the higher the GEX is, the more, that area is basically full of, it's liquid. That's where the liquidity is. So the price action tends to want to hang around there until it dries up a little bit. But it's thankfully not the highest GEX of the day. The highest GEX of the day is 740. So if you're looking for calls, the good news is the higher strikes, 740 and even 750. 750 is the highest, the second highest GEX of the day, competing with 730 where we are now. But 730 is going to turn out to be a lot lower because we spent a lot of time here. If this all sounds confusing, that's okay. It was confusing to me too when I first started learning it. Coming almost a year ago, a couple months shy of a year ago. But you will get it. If you need extra assistance, I do side tutoring. There's a plethora of assistance in the Gold chat and even the Gold Enthusiast channel. And we're retesting the 2-day VWAP. Fail here would signify lower to come. A hold here signifies higher. Plain and simple. One line. Deciding factor. Still, volume is dried up. I mean, look at it. 100,000, 89,000. We're on the minute, I know, but still. It should be like 250, 200,000 a minute. 24,000. Oh, not done yet. RSI is cool. I mean, it's dead in the middle. 48. Got room to go both ways. He's chosen poorly. Is the SPY breaking down? Oh, it's on the downside of the VWAP. We might have to shuck and jive over to the how the SPY's going. Tesla's got a good support here. Let's take a macro look at what's going on here. Kill everything. We come down, we hit the VWAP, we bounce back down. If it wasn't for the 2-day VWAP right here, I would be like puts all day. But since the 2-day VWAP is right there at 730, 732 mark with the intraday zone, there's a high case for support. Right here. Now, is that a bear flag that I'm just not seeing because I'm biased? Right? We have a pole and a flag. That's a really apparent bear flag. Ugh. All your hopes and dreams. GCT is an animal. GigaCloud, if anyone wants something good to look into, this is what we've been following. Golly. Something else that we've been following and I haven't touched. I didn't even add that to my portfolio. I should have. Coherent is another one we touched. That we're following and haven't touched. And Donkey Kong. Strong open, but we have this resistance right here, 45. Above 45, I see 49. 45 is a key level though. Speaking of key levels, this is huge. 725. That would be the Alamo for me, 725. If it breaks 725, I might be looking into puts. Maybe I should just step away from NVIDIA like Solus did. These lines are killing me. Look at that. Look at son of a gun. Well, you can take solace, not solace, you can take solace in knowing that prediction was spot on, even though it wasn't taken. So I can see it coming down and we're retouching. That's what I see. And if I'm cycling back and forth through time frames, that just gives me a better rounded look at what we're looking at. The 30 doesn't really say it better. You have a touch, a longer stride, a longer, attempt, and then a shorter attempt. This is a shoulder, a head, a shoulder. Perfect on the 30 minute. Let's go down to the 5 and see if we can see it. See, it's not really that clear on the 5 minute. But it's like clear as day here. It's just that VWAP above. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. NVIDIA really likes this 2-day VWAP. It's just hanging around it, touching both sides. Not giving us a clear direction. Speaking of clear direction, did Tesla just, no it didn't. I saw one day at 98. It's 197 we have to break. This is bearish. We have a up, ahead, another up. Just waiting for that volume to come in on NVIDIA and pop through this VWAP and then show us all what 750 really looks like. RSI looks good. I mean, all systems go for a pop. Just got to get through this VWAP here. I still have a little bit left of my risk allotment for the day. I might play it to the upside. Oh, all right, looks. Apparently, I have 750 calls. They weren't stopped out. Ooh. Okay, now I'm really on board for NVIDIA to go higher. I have 750 calls that weren't stopped out. I got an alert that was something. Oh, it was a 745s. Oh my gosh. Okay. New plan. New plan is 750 or bust. Well, at least 745. I'm in it now. Man. Once again, today's video is brought to you by stretching. It's free and it feels good. All right, we have a topping out of the RSI. A new high. A new high and a new high would be perfect. That would be convergence for higher. Okay, what's your favorite cereal? Rice Krispies growing up? I just gave away the name. But the sound it makes is snap, crackle, pop. Come on with it. Sorry, excuse me. Hey, yawning into the mic. I apologize. Three, two, one. YYD. What's going on? Do I know you by another name? It wouldn't be the same. Terrible. Oh, we got a battle now. This is the VWAP. So we most likely will, well, if we don't see a rejection here, you're going to see a pop and then a retest. Pop. A retest. Rejection. The biggest rejection I will take is back to the 2-day. This is one possibility. This is possibility number 2. I would really like to see a hold of this level, like right here, and keep it nice and tight. Try again, but this is the worst one of the 2. So I draw out the worst of the 2 and expect the first one. What's up, 321? You didn't have to delete that message, unless. Excuse me, unless you didn't mean to say hi. It's like, hello. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to say that. Take it back. Let's check on the Gex. Okay. Okay. We might have to compare these two. All right, so this is going to play around with the VWAP. The VWAP is at 734.27. 734.22. All right. So we'll keep that in mind over there. Look on the right, 734.22. On the support, 731, 732, and then 731. This is the new GEX, right? We have the absolute value, absolute GEX at 732. We're making our way to 735. 740 now. I opened this to see the new number. 740 is now, I say 24, and 750 is like 18. We compare that to the last one. 740 is 18, and 750 is 14. So a significant increase in the GEX. Highest GEX right now is, oh gosh, 24. Excuse me, 24 million. The second highest one is 750 at 19 million. As opposed to highest one, 19 million, second highest, 15. So a significant increase in the amount of GEX that we see on the feeds here. So it's, the case for higher is just building. It's this pesky view. If it wasn't for these pesky VWAPs, we would have had an explosion by now. Oh, I know why I'm yawning so much. I gotta take my morning medications. Okay, here we go. All right, hold on to your hats, everyone. We're gonna wait. We're gonna look for volume, right? Pay attention. We're gonna look for volume coming in as the indicators cross here. We're looking for the cross, the gold coming above the MACD on the histogram. We're gonna turn green. This is still concerning on the vortex. The gold is still on top. We want to see the blue cross the gold on the 15-minute. What is that? That was weird. Some music just started on my Google. But it's still, this VWAP is just coming in and ruining our parade. We want to see a bounce and a retest here. I'll move this action over here. Come on with it. Lots of indecision. Lots of indecision here. So you can look at this two ways. You can look at it as pressing on the VWAP, pressing on the trend, they call it. When you press on the trend, it eventually breaks. The other way you can look at it is it's knocking on the door. Eventually, it's just going to leave. If no one answers, right? You knock on someone's door and you wait 5 minutes, no one answers, you leave. But if the orders stay and the pressure builds, the volume comes in, that would be perfect. The RSI is at 60, that's good to go. The MACD is crossing over into the bullish territory. It's making a new high, though. Or at least for the total market. I think we're going to go. So I got in 20% of my position. That way, if it fails, I'm only risking 20%. If it holds, you can buy more along the way, or you can buy or get in more at this test here. We're not even going to look that far ahead because we're still battling here. I'm in 20%. I'm only putting up risk of 20%. So if it does fail, I can get out and lose, say 30% of that 20% rather than 30% of 100%. Does that make sense? you're using less of your position that you had planned. And now you can cut the 20% if we break it. I have it set to break about 10 cents. Sorry, excuse me. I gotta fix it. Remember, we expected a retest of this 2-day VWAP. A break of it, test of the regular VWAP, a retest of the 2-day, and then a retest of the regular. Break, test, retest, retest. With potential break. So this direct break and retest didn't happen, but we're still playing out this double test. Test here, test and fail here, break, retest, gone. However, the fact that these have all eaten away at whatever's at the VWAP, this retest might not be necessary. In other words, we can expect maybe just a straight break. Look at this similar action on NVIDIA every day. Breaks to the downside, goes up, makes the new high, closes same where we open. Breaks to the downside, tries to make new high, closes close to where we open. Open, break to the downside, closes a little lower than we open. Break to the downside, move to the upside. It's crazy. It's just rinse and repeat. All right, we are leaning on this VWAP now. Are we going to have liftoff? last minute. Clear trend up. Little funnel. Wedge. All right, now that we have a little trend line set up here, we have a little compartment that we can wrap our heads around. This line might be a little lower. You guys really think that's a wedge? Either way, we'll up channel, brace the downside. However, why can't I draw lines today? Back to the 2-day view app. Testing it again. $730.87. Wow, 8 points away from a perfect touch. That's a bullish signal that it didn't have to reach all the way down. Or maybe I just drew it 15 cents off. In any event. right, what do we have? Okay, nice touch off the 2-day VWAP. Another one. I shouldn't say another one. The previous one failed, right? We broke, we retested, it failed. It didn't like it again. It broke it. Now we're retesting it again. So far, it's holding. You want to see a bounce off this and then a real nice, another test at this VWAP and a break. You want to get a break of one way to get a direction. That's really what we're looking for. A break of one way to get a direction. If there's no break, there's no direction, we can range out the rest of the day. It can do anything it wants. It's going to do what it do. But what we don't want to see is start using itself as levels, like using its previous low as now resistance. Then it's just going to fall into a pattern of more down. It's going to try and break this one. We want to see it break its previous highs and lows. That's how you find direction, when it breaks its previous highs or previous lows in a significant fashion. So this is two highs, two similar highs at this line. A break of this should invoke a retest, because that's a major break. You want to break it and come back, and it should hold because it's a strong one. It was strong twice, and then the time it breaks it, you want to make sure it's still there. I hope that makes sense. But if you're just tuning in, we're following NVIDIA. We were placing a day trade in the beginning. Oops, too far. This was the move that we found pre-market, which I didn't take. And then we got in emotionally at the break of this level. Emotionally is the worst way to trade. We did break it. It was this retest that said, okay, it's a retest, it's good to go. That's not a retest. A minute to minute is not a retest. But when you're trading emotionally, that's what happens. You start cutting your rules. I think I even said, I was like, this is going to be a gamble because I haven't looked at the other confluences yet to confirm or negate it. And then when we looked at it, it made perfect sense that 730, 732 was going to be revisited. And it did that. No, it did some. Covered the gap. That's what happened. It covered the gap to 725. So now we have a down channel within an up channel. Down channel should break to the upside, finish this trend, this wedge happening here. Wedges, up wedges or up channels tend to break to the downside, but notoriously in the previous 3 weeks that I've noticed in this run-up on NVIDIA that was a couple months long, up channels tend to give more momentum and a break to the upside. So an up channel, in this case, we're leaning towards not calling for a downside just because of its recent history. But if you take the coin flip metaphor, if you flip a coin 99 times and it all lands on heads, which one will you bet that the 100th coin flip lands on? And why, right? That's the question. 99 times it lands on heads. What will the bet be for the 100th toss? It's a good riddle to kind of break down, I guess, economics in some parts. So even though we're breaking here, we're not making a new high. Now we just did. We did. So this whole break and retest theory is spot on. You just can't use it on a minute chart. When the morning excitement was going on, that's what we did. And we just ended up with a spike. You want a hearty break of this level. Retest of the break of the VWAP is not necessary because we had such testing on the bottom side of it. It's telling us that it's strong. A retest on the other side could just actually fail. We just want to go. We don't need to retest it. We can just go. What do you mean preparing? Why are you always preparing? Just go. Okay, just go. Same movie as I quoted before. FYI. Let's look left. Is there anything here? There's a little snobby little top and bottom right there. See that? Touch, resistance. A break here would be good. This is the up channel. A break of the up channel to the upside. That's NVIDIA style the past 3 weeks or so. That all forms. That all fits. That tracks. Keep in mind, the VWAP is still here for a retest, right? We blew past it. Now we're running into resistance. A retest of that VWAP is okay. That'll be actually more bullish than if it doesn't. If it doesn't, it'll just start skyrocketing off, and then it'll be a weaker attempt here. If we use the VWAP, Luke, right? We come back to it and tested it, we'll have a stronger move to test this one. But I wouldn't mind just flying up there, catch a nice move. Catch a nice wave, take in the sun, talk to the girls, grab a soda, you know, beach stuff. Yes, beach stuff, you got it. So we're at 65. It's getting a little hot, but that is no sign for be cautious, you know, not going higher. NVIDIA can be in the hot zone for months. It can stand an hour in above 70. Retests are welcome. Retest, but no breaching. Possibility. Oh, that's interesting. You see how it broke this channel? I didn't even realize that until I drew it. Down channel within an up channel, right? Bounce, 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 break, retest, go higher. And now we're trying to break and retest this top trend, but the retest is failing, so the VWAP is in play for a retest. Like so. If it fails, we're still in this uptrend, right? We're still in this. We want to find common ground to force a break of a trend. You break a trend by finding levels, and you break levels by using trends, right? This trend is taking us through the 2-day VWAP and now through the VWAP, and then the VWAP will now take us out of the trend to go higher. I know we're down on the 5 seconds, but I just wanted to point out a pattern. It's half a seagull pattern. This thing I keep seeing recently, it's a super sharp V-bottom point with 2 gold wings on the sides. It's like an inverted head and shoulders, but it's slightly different. Oh, and this is the hot dish, right? Hot dish. Hot dish, you know, it's like a waiter's arm carrying a bowl of soup. And he's walking through the restaurant trying not to spill it. He makes it to the table on time. So yeah, again, the waiter's arm carrying the big bowl of soup. You don't want it to spill. I don't know the analogy fits for it, how it skyrockets, but eventually he makes it to the table and he gives it to his the customer who ordered it. Let's see that right there. That works. That's our new resistance. 736.61 is our resistance. We just broke it. All right, from there, we're good to 738.68, level by level. Oh, I didn't do the trigger. Son of a gun. All right, got in a little late. I wanted to get into 255 on my call. I have a 740 call position now on NVIDIA. And we're going to ride it. Ride it. All right. This is our next level. Level by level. Come on, we gotta wake up here. All right, that's it. 11, 13. Everybody up. Mr. Market coming in here, falling right into the groove. I have to get this E key fixed. It is severely affecting my day. I have to constantly go back. Go, baby, go. All right, so the 750s that didn't get stopped out, they're getting a little life breathed back into them. 740 is up 13%. I think the 740 I'm going to take as soon as we get to 71. I only got one position on that. One position just below 300. We'll get that. Easy job, fast job. And then I guess I'll leave those 750s up to try and soak up as much spilt milk as possible. let's get some gex happening here. Update. Oh, this is a funny one. So the updated gex is a little funky. So I was just commenting on it. This is the max pain all the way down here at 650. We're headed to 750 on NVIDIA. 740 is the highest gex with the absolute gex on it. And just to see when that popped in, yeah, you see the max pain, talk about it in the rear view, right? So we're approaching 740. I just wanted to show you this real quick. See, this is how you can trade using gex. We were at 730 absolute gex. The new feed came in. It popped it to 740. And then just then, that's when NVIDIA broke. And now we're heading to 740. That's how you can use gex to trade intraday. There's ways to use gex. There's a lot of ways to use gex in intraday, intra-week, intra-month, and then even a year out. There's gex information for up to 2027, I think, on Tesla and NVIDIA and things like that. If there's an expiration, an option expiration for it, there's gex data on it. Tesla turned it around. Tesla was flirting with a fly downward, broke the VWAP at the same time NVIDIA did. Now we're heading higher. How's the SPY? SPY is at the 505 in sight. Let's mark it right there. See that touch here? Break just before close. But this let us know pre-market and regular market. Pre-market touch, open market touch. Now it's still resistance on market. That's how you find hardcore resistance. So right here, NVIDIA stopped in the middle of nowhere. And that's at 739. Let's check the quant chart. Let's see if we can slide this over so we can keep the action as we check the quant. Does it fit? Of course it fits. So this is NVIDIA quant chart, right? I'm going to take a picture before I update it just to signify the break. And this is also why I can't, or you shouldn't, trade while live or documenting, because I'm pausing a lot to take snapshots. Okay. Yeah, I want to document this breakout on the video that we did live. We'll do it live. Forget it. We'll do it live. All right, now I'm going to refresh this. Wait, first let me catch that. Oof. Bright light. 740 resistance, 744 next resistance, and then 750. How's the volume? Volume still hasn't really come in yet. It's starting to come in, but it hasn't really popped. Maybe if volume comes when we hit this resistance, look out. That's all I'm going to say. Look out. We should see a little bit of a hesitation here. By hesitation, I mean rejection. Right? We could see a hesitation and then maybe a pullback to there. That's a possibility. I'm just drawing possibilities for the future. To the future. There's always a possibility that we come back down and touch here, but I'm being a little more bullish, which should be a shock to some. All right, me being bullish and all. So thanks a lot for hanging out here. This was like just an easy thing. I felt like going live with the PPI, and this is not meant to be a structured entertainment or educational bit. It's definitely educational, I can tell you that. Anytime I'm speaking, I'm always trying to drop knowledge. You know, I'm not saying I know everything. I do not. I go to seminars. Just 2 weeks ago, I attended a seminar in New York City. It's about options and stuff I already know. But if you learn something again, you'll learn something new. And what I learned is a new way to teach levels. And I used NVIDIA for it just recently. How to teach levels. If you can't find levels, you start marking off points, just like this. So if you have trouble finding levels, try this rectangle exercise. I kind of spaced them out into two, but you can space out in one. Here's a reversal. You see a point, you put a rectangle around it. Here's a point, here's a point. By a point, I mean a direction change. We go up, then we go down. We go down, then we go up. You mark it off. And then you zoom out, and you can see commonality. You can just slide levels in between it. I learned that from taking a seminar. I did not know that. That's some wild stuff. I did not know that. Now that's really dating my age. Not that I was like an avid watcher of Johnny Carson, but I was like, you aware of him and watched random clips. So that was what we were looking for. It found resistance a little early. We'll mark it. See, some people would say, don't move your levels. Once you make a level, stick to it. I don't belong in that. I don't agree to that camp or subscribe to it, whatever. If a stock is telling you, a ticker, a run-up, anything is telling you, I stopped here in the middle of nowhere. In the middle of nowhere, you don't have a line there. It's telling you that something's there. It's saying, hey, there's something there. We're turning around. This could be a dark pool order. This could be a regular order on the times, on the level 2s. It could be anything, but it's telling us that there's something there. We don't tell the ticker or the price action where it's going. It tells us. So keep that in mind. When you're trying to force that extra 2% to get to your goal, the market doesn't care. It does not care what your goals are. It's cold. It's calculated. It sounds like a preview, a trailer for like a Lifetime movie. She's cold. She's calculated. She's the Black Vixen. A special Lifetime event Thursday. I have a theory that Lifetime television, it's geared towards women, but I think it like secretly hates women. It's not that it hates women, but it tries to like, you see all the like movies they have, it's like, she was alone, in for a nice night in, until the knock at the door, happened. Who's there? What's going on? Never stay home alone again. It always tries to scare people, or like they meet, they were best friends. They went to the beauty salon together. They went to get their nails done until. There's always like everything's nice until something horrible happens, and it's always your typical like female's worst nightmare, like a best friend trying to get in with her family and betray them. Just crazy stuff. But we're watching NVIDIA. That's what we're doing. NVIDIA's going to retest this level here. So this was the call when that resistance was there. Now we move the resistance down, and this is still the same outcome, the same action. It's just a different layer of the cake. We were all vanilla when it's purely chocolate fudge time, baby. What else is going on? Simon Properties stuff. Abercrombie and Fitch is the nonstop bus to Unrealville. Abercrombie and Fitch is not one of the most popular brands that are out there, but it's acting as if it's the hot product. Look at this. Look at this. 2 weeks. Run. You want to go even further back? Back. You really want to lose your lunch? $21 just almost a year ago. It's $21. Fast forward to today, it's $121. Look at that run up. Is that disgusting? Does that make you ill? It does. It makes me ill. Similar to NVIDIA, I'm not going to lie. Disgusting. Ugh, disgusting. Disgusting. But we focus on the play at hand, right? 740 calls. I have in 750, which I reluctantly have. I was supposed to stop out at the VWAP, but it didn't. So they're still on the books. They've gotten eaten alive by Theta. If there's anything left on the bone at 745, I'm just going to trim some. Oh, God, how many do I have? Okay, 3 is not bad. How did some get closed and some didn't? Oh, there was the 745s that closed. That stinks. I would rather the 750s have closed than the 745s stay. Oh, the trials and tribulations of not paying attention. The struggle is real. So just a peep in on the analytics of this unannounced passive live broadcast. We have a total of, you know what? Let me slide it over. Let's examine the analytics together. How not to promote your own. So we have a total of 18 views and an average view time of 20 minutes. I like that. I'll take an average view time of 20 minutes over more viewers any day. I don't know if that's an exact perfect goal, but I like the fact that someone would come out and hang out for 20 minutes. I think that's my shelf life. My shelf life, I think with meeting people, my shelf life is about a good 2 weeks. Hey, he's pretty interesting. And after 2 weeks, it's like, okay, that's enough. It's like running on pedal power right here. Oh, this makes more sense. See, when we drop down in the 15 seconds, we have it marked off differently. These levels kind of add up. Oh, gosh. Now we have a shoulder, a head, and I'm working on a shoulder. You've got to, mister. This has got to change directions. We have got to see this break that pattern. I'm going to leave it on the 15 second. This looks good. RSI dipped down to 32. We're bouncing back up. Straight. A new high in the RSI could lead to a stronger outbreak here. But a new high in the RSI and no outbreak, that's no bueno. So we want high here and high there. Convergence on it. When we slide it to the left, we'll get a better look at the MACD. Aiming up, there's still width between these. You want the bigger this width between the MACD, the more propulsion you'll have in a movement. The thinner it gets, the more precarious it is for a reversal. So you see that how that gold just like flicked up? That can lead us to believe that a pop could happen. How that flicked up right there, we should see the price flick up. See if that happens. Be a lot cooler if you did. Come on with the pop. We got the snap. We got the crackle. We just need a pop. We may have to blast. All right, I'm watching that movie today. I've quoted it like 18 times so far. If you guess the movie I'm talking about, you will get a free, a one-on-one session. A 45-minute one-on-one session if you guess the movie I quoted from. This is what it pays to watch. And I'll tell you, it's from the 80s. It might be 91, actually. No, it's from 89. Where's that pop? We're looking for that pop. The MACDs showed us that the pop can happen. We were kind of tight. We flicked up. Now we're wide, and there's the pop. Bam! See, on the 15 seconds, that looks like a really good pop, right? But when we get to the minute, let's see if it translates. We are still under this resistance. We are like the rebel forces. We're still living under resistance. We've got to break free. See, right there, I would have played that Queen song. That goes, oh, I want to be free. Boom, boom, boom. GCT is killing it. Oh, man. It might be in a squeeze. Oh. Are we going to break this resistance? I have to alert. I have to let the people know. Now back to the show. Giga Cloud making giga moves. 8% pop today to meet resistance. No guesses on the Back to... Oh, God, I almost said the movie. Anyway, Back to the Future 2, that's the name of the movie. Probably no guesses because there's no one watching, Doc. Yes, this is true. But also, it's good practice. For what? I don't know. Well, there's a lot of things it could be practice for. All right. After this pop... That sounds pretty confident there, Doc. That's right. That's right. I don't like you because you're dangerous. That's right. Ice man. I am dangerous. You ever look at Top Gun and think, man, Maverick is the villain. Maverick is the bad guy in the movie. Top Gun 2 was surprisingly really good. I went in there thinking, this is just another flashback to a great 80s movie, trying to milk it, but no, it was very good. And I'd suggest, well, I don't know if you can anymore, but just see it on the biggest screen with the best speakers you can. It's not on the train watching it on your iPhone or iPad. It's definitely the biggest screen you can. I sound like one of those things. See it on the biggest screen you can, while you still can. I did see it in the movies. It was very good. I saw it in an AMC theater, by the way. I am an AMC customer for life. AMC paid me a lot of money. Well, not directly through the stock, so I am invested for life. Speaking of AMC, I found a bottom. Found the bottom, 486. 6 is potential. This is next stop, 5.4. We're finding a little level right here. Let me get over here. See, we popped up, broke this level. Now we're holding it for the next shot up. That's it. Level to level. That's the secret of trading. If you want to know the secret of trading, just go level to level and find your supports first. Everyone's they're always looking, where could it go? Oh, NVIDIA could go to 750, but where could it go if it doesn't go to 750? That was what we made our mistake in the morning. Okay, first of all, my first mistake was not taking the trade the direction that I thought we were going to go, that I planned with the data right down to 725 exactly, like to a perfect T. The other mistake I made was thinking of just the goal. The goal was 745 to 750 without looking at support, which clearly on the quant chart, which is right here, this was clear support, 730, 732. The idea was you wait till it touches support first, then you go higher, rather than just, oh, look where we can go, let's go. Another fantastically overly used thing is finding the most you can make on a trade. Like, oh, if it goes here, I can make a quick $10, a 740 to 750 trade. I buy 100 shares, that's 10 times 100, without realizing, okay, we can go back down to 730. That's how much we can lose. You always want to see how much loss you can gain. No, how much loss that you might incur before how much gains. Grammar. Who needs it? I need an editor. If there's a video editor out there, you don't even have to have credentials. You can just tell me that you're a video editor, and I will employ you to edit my videos. I just despise editing so much. Come on, NVIDIA. You have 2 people watching. Don't you want to put on a show? All right, this is an upward facing thing here. Let's get this going. That's not even close. All right, so what we have here is an ascending triangle in NVIDIA. So you have a steady resistance. And I'm going to make it dotted because it wants to break. Oh, it wants to. It wants to break. And we have a rising support. Right here. And we'll check the quant to see if there's a level there. 749. So there's no level until 749. Let's refresh this. These levels won't change on the refresh. I'm just refreshing this for the price action to get a better look. See, now we're at this resistance here. This is a technical resistance of 740. Technical resistances break differently than quantitative levels. The difference is, well, it's not really easy to explain. They just act differently. So let me post this in public chat because I'm neglecting public chat because I'm doing this live. Maybe this might draw some people in. Come on, baby, come on, baby, come on. Everybody's talking to me in all the rooms and channels I'm in, but no one's in hanging out with me live. That's a bummer. Ascending. Let me ask you a question. Ascending. Oh, I was in the middle of messaging him his question. But it is in its infancy. Jeez, try to say that. But it is in its infancy. But it is in its infancy. Jeez. There's the breakout. Oh, don't jinx it yet, Doc. Break house. I'm the only one. She's a break out. All right, so we broke out. We're going to have a retest of this line. And if all goes well, this pattern should come out, just not that extreme. We want it to hold this level. If we go back into this triangle, there's a greater chance of failure. And that failure, this has support. This is what we're working with here. Show me what you're working with. We are working on a breakout, on a retest for higher. If this fails, this triangle most likely won't support that move, and this will be our support. That also will give us a chance for higher. But on a momentum play, anything can really happen. We want to see this volume really start to pick up. It's not blasting picking up. It's starting to pick up. But we want more. More. Give me some more. All right, give me some more. So now the volume here, it's still kind of lagging. See the volume back here popped up to over 500,000. Now we got to work on more. We want to see 1 million in a 5-minute. If these 5-minute candles start getting 1 million in volume, we're going to see some serious stuff. But for right now, we're still working on this triangle. So we have an entry, an A, a B, a C, a D, an E, an F. A, B, C, D, E, flush. If I said that too fast, let me draw it out. Entry, A, B, C, D, E, F. That's the move. So any type of pattern you get, you can try that out. The A, B, C, D, E flush. And when you get to the F for flush, I added the F. It's usually A, B, C, D, E. but the F would be the move out of the pattern. So typically you'll have it bouncing around. The stronger of volume and momentum could cut this in half, so you can have a breakout on the B or the E or the C, but you have to watch mainly the volume. But that's the move we're looking for. If we do fail, it can use this as support. And this is notorious for a move higher. If it breaks that pattern, but yet holds the previous support level, this is clearly support. If it breaks the pattern and tests the initial pattern support, that's almost like a break and retest of the 2-day VWAP. Sorry if that doesn't make sense. I can explain it in detail after hours. Man, I gave this guy such a long answer. I feel badly. All right, so now we're looking for this support here. Oh, what did I say about my 740s, right? I said I was going to take profit right away. I didn't. See? You take your head out of the game for just a second. This would have been perfect for me to take profit on that. I would have had a nice, what would have been, almost 30, 40%. But I skip around too much, especially when I'm live. I'm not blaming anyone, just facts. We got a new player. Welcome, Bob. Oh, another proposal. That's good. I got to go over this. So this is kind of dark in the background, but it's still viable. If this fails, this is the next support here, which really wouldn't make sense. That makes more sense. That's going to be kind of scary. Oh, God. A 740 calls that I should have took profit is now only up 2.5%. Should I bail? Can I take a vote? It's going to be out of 2 people. This it's a little precarious. We found the bottom here. That's support on the RSI. How about the GEX? Good idea. Derivative. Spell it. D-E-E. We're losing her. We're losing her. This might be a bear flag here. Oh, all right, all right. What do you got? Ooh, my battery's low. Ah. Super microchip. All right, NVIDIA. Time for you to start thinking positive. $45, we could go either way, and this is going to be a big drop down here. How does this look on how the rest of the day looks? Let's delete some of these lines. It's getting a little claustrophobic. Could the case for higher hold if we revisit 735? Yes, it could actually make a stronger case. Let's pull up the GEX, I mean. Okay. This is the current GEX for NVIDIA. This is the 750. This is 745. This is the highest call strike. So this would be a top for the day. This is where the most liquidity is. That's why we're hanging around 740. You know, we're bouncing back and forth. But 745 is the easier road. It's easier to go up than down. And easier to get to 745, that's the harder move. This, from 745 to 750, is the easier move. If we make it here, we can make it anywhere. No, if we make it to 745, we can make it to 750. Based on just that information alone, it says higher. But now we incorporate other areas to get confluence and confirmation. How we do that? We use the quant chart that I can't find. Is this it? This is it. I'm going to refresh it. So nothing's changing on the quant chart, but we just like to go back to it and see if we missed something. You know, if we're looking at a level, where could we trace back to? What I'm looking for is what is around 735. And on this chart, I can notice that the VWAP is around 736, 735, right there at 735. And it is, the VWAP is on my chart. For some reason, it stood out more on the quant chart. This is why I like using the quant chart separate than my own. If I put those levels on my chart, granted, I probably would have seen it, but I'm saying it's just a different set of eyes. So we have the VWAP here. If it races down and bounces off this VWAP, that would be really good. We're going to flush down in a V bottom. Everyone sees that opportunity, plays the VWAP to the upside, and we get moving. If we trickle down, you know, steadily, pop, 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 you know, drops of water, and touch the VWAP and just kind of lazily set in there, you know, we're not going to have that strong move. If we don't reach the VWAP, okay, that's fine too. Up is always good. No one ever complained about going up when you're holding calls. So again, NVIDIA is telling us that there's a level here. We don't even have to look left. If we do, we can find it right here. But it's telling us. It's double touching there for a reason. And we don't even have to do more research. It's just there. If we want to know why, we can always find out. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. How are we going to look into this? Okay, the indicators, the histogram is becoming less red, more towards the zero barrier. The gold's just flicked up as we were watching it. We want a cross of the gold over the blue, and we want the blue to cross over the gold here. When those two things happen, we should see an explosion. Couple that with a volume increase. It's going on 12 o'clock, so it's about lunchtime here in New York City, but volume increase along with those two things should be very good. So let's mark down where 1 o'clock would be. way over here. I was really looking to be out of all live trades by 11:30. This would have been the perfect trade. Perfect trade would have been not getting in before the levels were found, getting in after this first move down. Well, that would have been the end of the day right there. If I took the first trade, the initial trade that we found pre-market, if I took that, we would have been done by 10 o'clock, which is great. But we weren't. So we took the 732 off the retest of the VWAP. If we didn't get in here, we get off the VWAP, the 2-day VWAP here. Played that from 730 to 740. That's a nice trade. That's a 10-point trade. I think the 740 call I got was up 80%. I didn't take profit because I was busy looking at something else, which is something you should never do. If you're trading 0 DTE, you should be glued to your monitor. I was going to say glued to your TV set, but even though the phrase TV set is ancient, TVs used to be like furniture. You'd have to not shop for like the best, you don't shop for the best pixels and 4K or 17K, UHD, OLED, OVEG, whatever. You looked for like the prettiest looking TV. It was a piece of furniture, part of your household. Same thing with when radios first came out. They were ornate. They were decorative. The highest priced ones had the best wood, and they were a set. And I invite you to come to look at stock charts, but stay for the useless facts and useless banter. This move is still in play. This break of the pattern, hold of that support, that still works. It's just now we have this resistance. The resistance, 740. Still converging on the RSI, right? Lower high, lower price. Lower valley, lower valley. What do we have here? We have the MACD crossing into bullish and green histogram territory. We have the blue coming up to meet the gold. Now, this is important. This is an important time. When the blue and the gold meet, you can have one of two things. They can cross, like this here, or they can bounce, like the one previous. A bounce of the gold will send this stock running right to the VWAP if this bounces. If the blue crosses, that should send it above through the resistance of 740. Is this a bounce that we're working on here? I do not know. It is Confucius, yes? Okay. All right, we're getting a cross. Could be a fake cross, because sometimes they do cross and then immediately cross back, and that would be considered a bounce. can't even read my own typing because there's so many E's that are not in there. All right, we may need to blast. We've got to make some moves here because I got some stuff I got to get to in the afternoon. So I need a pop so I can start taking profit and then leave a couple of runners. I'm going to leave those 750s that I cannot believe they did not get stopped out. I'm more and more upset about it as the day goes on because the theta is just eating them like a starving zombie. Has been chained up for 3 months and now just let loose. Analogies, Doc, have really, really taken a downturn. Come on, baby, come on, baby, come on. So we had a cross here, right? MACD is picking up in the bullish territory. Histogram is not increasing in green, it's just turning green. We want a more of a robust candle, green, I don't know if you call them candles, bar, right? RSI is still staying cool in the 50s. We get a volume pump at this level right here, and a flip up on the RSI, everything starts to follow, we could see a nice breakout. If those things do not happen, we could see another rejection and another test of some level down here. It might be this as support now. There's going to be a great webinar. Brian, the creator of QTA, an avid user, is going to have a webinar on Monday. Let's get the time. 7:30 p.m. Monday. So anyone listening or watching this in the future, if you're not a member of QTA, just join in the public chat. You know, you don't have to subscribe to a membership yet. I will thoroughly convince you, though, that it's something that you need to do. Look at me today. It's the first time I haven't used it in, I don't know, someone knows how long, and it would have been perfect that if I used the quant just today. But check it out. Check it out. And I apologize if you came in here thinking this was going to be some entertaining video, but so if we don't have this ascending triangle anymore, we have now a range. I hate to keep drawing this inverted head and shoulders, but I keep seeing it. I mean, it's like the third one we've seen today, but it's the third one that worked out. Possible, possible. Wow, NVIDIA has so much positive outlook for its earnings. A little scary. Maybe instead of 0 DTE, we could have taken a ride on the earnings, which is what, early next week? The 21st. Okay. What day is that? Wednesday. Yeah. Could have taken a let's plot that out. Wow, they're not overpriced at all. Wow. So 800, an 800 call on NVIDIA for next week. Remind you, that's over 60 points away, is $2,080 for 800. More at the money is $3,700. It's for one contract, keep in mind. 900 strike price for next week, which is 162 points away, is close to it's just $600. It's $593. $600 for one contract. That's insane. That's like 20%. A 20% move, a 20% bet, a 20% move bet is $600. I don't care if you're working with $1 million bankroll, that is still a lot of money for the amount of move needed. But if you look back, I mean, NVIDIA was moving 100 points in 1 week. It was 50 points a week and then 100 points a week. This is the first week where it actually kind of took a breath. So a lot of people thinking, oh, reversal time, or is it just a pullback time? Obviously, this looks like a reversal, but this looked like a reversal too, and we spiked up more. Reversal, spiked up. Reversal, spike up. Possibly. I'm not saying there will be a spike up. Is NVIDIA heading to that VWAP again? Let's leave my lines off, right? It's a little refreshing. Okay, we're looking for that drop and touch of the VWAP in a V bottom. We break through this VWAP, I would think that the aim for the calls for this day would be over. There's a little left in my risk assessment allotment, my risk allotment for the day. I could play the puts to the downside, but I think I'm done. I'm done with NVIDIA. Let's clean this up a little bit. We're going to leave this inverted head and shoulders because there's still a chance that it could play out, and it still looks like it might. So the similar thing happens with the MACD where I was talking about a bounce. When you have the gold and blue coming up and you're expecting a cross, instead of crossing, they can repel each other. Like two magnets coming together that are the same polarization, they'll repel instead of becoming magnetized. But a cross just happens across, you'll have a negative move. This VWAP is looking really enticing. Just cruising around other GEX profiles here. SPY still shows strong moves to 504. We got a nice bounce off of that. Maybe that'd be something to get into. Let's see. That's what we wanted. We wanted to hold this level. We dipped down, but now we came back up. A hold here could be a bounce higher. We're waiting on to see what happens with this signal here. What's the minute say? Oh, I think that looks pretty good. All right. I don't know where this line came from. I'm not even looking left, but I know this is something of support. If we hang around in here, this could be just a nice consolidation area for possible higher movement. Consolidation during lunch is super common, right? Everything kind of stays at an even keel, or status quo, I guess, if you will. Homeostasis, that'd be better terminology. Okay, too many lines, right? Look at it clean. This VWAP is screaming for a retest. 735 is in NVIDIA's future. We had trouble with it on the resistance, and when it broke, it should come back and test it for support. In a really fast momentum play, it doesn't really have to come back and touch it, but this wasn't really that fast. So a retest here makes a lot of sense. Plus, that level checks out. It was resistance here. It was a little bit of support 2 nights ago. So 735, if it happens, is expected. With the SPY, let's see if we can do something. If this doesn't work, I'll flip it back, but I want to see. You know what, let's put SPY here. No, NVIDIA stays on the left because I'm looking at it. SPY on the right. And we'll add some indicators. All these saying NVIDIA is finding a bottom. Right? RSI 39, MACD about to cross over. Still bearish. We want it to explode into the bullish area. Start making new highs. These are coming back together. See, now, if we're just hoping and looking for it to go up, we'll start plugging things into our narrative. In reality, a touch to the VWAP and a bounce off that would be optimal. If it doesn't want to do that, that's okay. But the SPY here, this is another one. Oh, the line's already there. SPY holding here would be a nice pattern, right? A run up, a test, a retest for higher. That's a good pattern, a structure, a good structure. And especially this added little double touch here, but it could be weakening. There's a lot of strength pushing it down, and this is a static support. A fail here would be detrimental to anything on the upside. So now we're watching the SPY and NVIDIA. These have gone hand in hand for the last 2-3 months or so. It's like NVIDIA is just dragging the SPY along with it. And then along with the SPY comes all the others. NVIDIA is definitely leading the pack. I really think I might have to go at 12:30. This is a lot longer than I wanted to. I just wanted to do the PPI this morning. We should hold out till at least 1, right? To see how the afternoon will start. So we have bullish divergence here, rising RSI and the flat price action. That's bullish divergence. On NVIDIA, not so much. There's no indication of that. We do have a bounce here happening. The yellow is bouncing off the blue. That can lead to a further downward move. All right, I'm killing some of these lines. It's too much. It's too much. That's all we need. Right there. Beautiful. Yeah, I had so much I planned on doing today. That's okay. That's okay. We are okay. Hey, Lanyu. Oh, you're going to rewatch this one? Oh, boy, I appreciate that. I wish I had a better one for you to rewatch. I'm usually more prepared and more entertaining, I guess you'd say. You know, dance a little, whatever. This one was more of a... I just wanted to do the PPI, to be honest with you, cover it, but we started getting to pre-market prep, but I appreciate you. Oh, and I did look into, I don't know if we should talk about what we talked about. I looked into that program we spoke about. It's very similar to QTA. We'll go over it another time. Yeah, I think I don't want to be rude and talk about what we talked about privately. And in this amazingly attended broadcast. But still, it's good practice. The time is now 12:22. It is 39 degrees here in New York City. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, are we finally going to see this pop on SPY? I've been waiting for. I'm glad you have a sense of humor about it. Sometimes you're like, yeah, it's just, you're weird. But SPY, we're waiting for this. We're waiting for the bus to leave the station. And it's just stuck here. So hold on to your signals. Hold on to your, but keep the safeties on. everything is pointing up, right? RSI bullish. The vortex looks bullish. We're coming back to a decision point. Yes, in the morning we did. So just to recap, if you watch this video again, you'll see in the morning, we perfectly predicted this move down. This arrow was drawn first thing in the morning. We did not take that trade. Why? I do not know. But we started playing the upside. Me and Solus was in here. Me and Solus were in here. We were playing the upside without even checking. I even noted on the broadcast. I'm like, I'm just checking this. I'm actually, gambling or not checking it. But we got stopped out, and instead of getting stopped out of all, I just got stopped out of my 745s. I still have 750 on NVIDIA, regrettably, because Theta has been eating away at my 750. So just any move up would be good just to cover it. SPY, though, I have 503s. Kind of a lotto play, but the data said 505 was a possibility. We saw support, and we took it. And then we have this pattern here, which is almost could be a head and shoulders forming. We want to break 502. That would be beneficial for higher, or literally 502.12. So that's what I have. 503 on SPY and 740 and 750. Why do I have 3? I have another account I'm checking. Hang on. One 745, one 740, and then a few 750. So I have more NVIDIA than I actually had. This is why when I go live, I'm not gonna trade personally. I focus more on finding trades for other people than managing my own portfolio. Even in this lackadaisical, or as Solus called it, passive. This is like a passive broadcast. More like it was like an over-the-shoulder, like it turned into over-the-shoulder. Like, look how I prep for the day, blah blah blah. Look at what I can do. But it just turned in now to a watch fest. We got stuck on NVIDIA, and now we're holding it. Literally. Futures on the 15-minute did not make a higher high. Dang it. I don't even have my trading view open. Should probably open that. Lionel, you would have a great conversation with one of our members, BK Brown. She watches the ES charts, and she has a full formula on it. If it breaks this, then that. It should go to this level because of this. It's amazing. If you want to try it, let me know. By the way, for anyone listening, if you use the code DNOW30, that's D as in David, now 30, you'll have 30% off your first month of QTA. When you do try it, you can get a free demo and guide with me. End of broadcast. No, not end of broadcast, end of message. Here's the ES popped up right behind us here. Yeah, and take that month to check it out and just follow. I don't know if I should show you a screen. Yeah, I can show you a screenshot. This is, it's Giga Cloud. What a day for our boy Giga Cloud, GCT, something we're following in our one-on-one stocks chat. This amazing day. Oh, no, I'm like, wait a minute. This should be up more. So yeah, we covered the gap, it looks like, on the futures, right? This was a drop overnight in the morning. I guess we covered that. Now we're going to use this as support here. That's the plan. That's our support. Specifically, it is 50.43. Which translates to 501. Blue jeans. No one gets between me and my Calvins. Again, showing my age. That is old commercial. Which doesn't make any sense if I say it out loud now. It's like, what? Me and my Calvins. So just to give you an idea of what we talk about in the members area, this was just posted. Yeah, she's got a whole sheet. But, you know, figures and calculations. There's Solus sharing his charts on the SPY. This is more on the ES. This was in the morning, the drop. Here we go. Reverse before 50-12. I target 50-50. So her target was 50-50 at 10 a.m. And where are we now? $50-50. Bing. So that move alone, just from discussion and chat, that could have paid for your 1 month subscription right there. But yeah, so the tools of QTA are the product. The support and community is an amazing added bonus. This is one of the smartest communities in, like, overall. Everyone in there has their own edge and their own contribution, and there's more developers in there than I've ever seen. People that are making their own sheets, their own Excel sheets, their own spreadsheets, and they're developing their own systems and sharing it back, and we welcome it. You know, QTA welcomes it. If it's, Brian always said, if it's good for the trader, then it's good for QTA, or it's good for the community chat, QTA, and it makes sense. I mean, if it helps, why not? We don't shun innovation. I'm not saying anyone else does, but I did not have breakfast. That's another thing. Low carbs, low on fuel. I may need to grab a bite. That's true. The important things like stretching, getting up, walking around every hour or so, and making sure you get something to eat. Paramount. So NVIDIA opted not to revisit this VWAP line. And if you're listening and not watching, the VWAP line was down at 735. We held at 737 on a double bottom. And now we're attempting to breach 740 for the 1, 2, 3, 4. This will be the 5th attempt at 740. And the second touch at 737. So we're leaning toward the upside, but 740 is proven to be a pretty tough egg to crack, pretty nut to crack. One time we did breach it, we ran into the 741 area, and then the next minute got flushed back down. So the waters were too cold or too hot for the price action. I do plan on doing more lives, more structured. Like a planned one might be good, a promoted one a little bit, like a posting in more than just one channel. I did 2 channels, I think. I did public and enthusiast. But an actual promoted, a planned live would be optimal. When you plan on going just from 8:30 to 9, and it turns to 8:30 to 12:30, you can get away from it. I'm just waiting for this pop. If SPY breaks 502.46, 505 is in target. And I'm not saying that based on anything technical, because it's just going to be open air. 503.50 is the all-time high. But look how we opened. We opened and came running down and then immediately pushed back up. That is a very bullish candle. And how much time is left on that candle? Oh, it doesn't tell us on split screen. Oh, we're also on the 4 hour, sorry. 4 hours, that's ending at 1 hour from now. When are we on the 1 hour? Oh, that's nice. Is there going to be another retest here? We broke the VWAP, but now it might be wanting to come back and test it. That'll be unfortunate. Yeah, it's coming back. Coming out of the booth. How's NVIDIA? Somehow I switched to 1 hour. Sorry about that. SPY is still holding over our stop loss. Our stop loss is at 501.75. The level is 501.77, but we give it an extra little kick. And why is the VWAP all the way up here? That's not the VWAP. That's not the VWAP. That's why. This is the MA. It's the same color, you dodo. Sorry. That makes sense. Okay, let's fix that. That's the VWAP. You sly little bugger. So, the gold on this chart is the VWAP. The pink on this chart is the VWAP. I could go in and fix it under the settings, but announcing it is much easier. This is our stop loss right here, 501.77. If that's lost, we're heading back to the VWAP, maybe for a chance higher, but I'm not invested in the rest of this afternoon. It's a watch party. That's all we're doing is just watching. I gotta snap out of this. We've got a lot to look around. First, should we leave these up split like this? Right? That's the main two we're watching, the SPY and NVIDIA. Yeah, why not? I'll poke around on the other chart here. Tesla. Tesla's looking bullish. Um, 205 is in sight. I don't know if not today, then Monday. We broke up and we had a retracement here. Let's see. Yeah, let's do it like this. I'll switch charts. Move this down here. So ES is holding that line of the 50-40. If that breaks, that would be unfortunate. But Tesla, let's see if we can squeeze this over and get. Yeah, there we go. Now I can see the price of the future there. So Tesla ran up. It was covering through that gap. We have a pullback. Let's measure the pullback on the Fibonacci. The 50 line is right here. Make it gold. Why is it not? Okay, there we go. Oh, we're getting a little laggy on the computer here. So this 50 line is the yellow line is the 50 fib retracement of this run. Bounce right off of it. That's bullish. Now we came up, we found the level at 200. Once you break a main level, a psychological level, or any type, or the VWAP especially, that's the VWAP, right? That's not the MA like the last time. Broke the VWAP, came back and tested it. High looks good. I had 205 calls that I dropped immediately this morning. Maybe not immediate enough, but I dropped that. If I had left them, Theta would have eaten them alive because I've had them from yesterday. But if you got them here, it's still a viable play. Speaking of viable plays, we're losing our lunches over here. Don't do that. Who told you to do that? No one told you to do that. I'll slide this back down. Oof. Stopping out of SPY is round the corner. I should probably move the stop limit down like 10 cents because I see a pattern forming here. So a lot of times when a pattern happens, it'll blow the pattern and then continue in the pattern. In other words, it will it feels like a stop hunt. And I'm not saying that people actually do that, but the market seems to do it somehow. The fact that the action happens cannot be debated. But what can be debated is if it's intentional. So a stop hunt would be essentially everyone setting their stop losses at a level of failure. And a stop hunt would intentionally break that level only to buy it back right away and go up. So it will knock everyone's stops out so that everyone will get out of that play, and then they'll buy in at that rush down for an advance higher. It's a theory, and it's diabolical if you think about it. Institutions playing into what retail traders could be doing. If that happens or not is debatable, but I mean, if that's the reason is debatable, but the action does happen. So this is a nice descending triangle on top of a bull pole. What you'll see is a continuation equal to the entrance level or the previous. So this pole in would be the exit according to textbooks. Now this will take us right into close. So if this was something that you got in, let's say back here, I would take profit here. Your theta is just going to eat on the hopes that this happens. It could always fail and go back to the VWAP, and then you have to start all over again. But if you are in calls, take profit here. Don't even try to get this move. Even if it happens, it's not worth it for percentage-wise and risk versus reward. Take the easy money and walk away. And don't come back and say, well, Doc, yeah, you told me to get out, but it still went up higher. Okay, leave one in and see what you get. That way, you'll take the pressure off, that nervousness, like, oh, God, what if it doesn't happen? If it doesn't happen, your money will literally evaporate before your eyes. But if it does happen, great. But we're not in the business of playing gambling. We're not in the business of buying a lottery ticket and hoping we get the answer. We're playing with sure things, or the closest to sure things. We're playing on bankable odds. Right now, the odds say you're in profit. Take the easy money. You already won once. Why try playing the same game twice? If you want to play again, just play with lower risk, lower odds. I get adding icing on top of your cake, but you don't want to add another cake on top of your cake. NVIDIA is just really testing me today. Too much consolidation. I want moves. It's a Friday before a 3-day weekend. I think the end of this day is going to see a lot of action. I mean, it's the Friday before a 3-day weekend. Did I say that weird? So next week is a 4-day week after a tumultuous 5-day week we had. We had downs and ups. Now we're really playing the waiting game, which is something I don't like to do. I like to get in and get out like that. Get there. Finding support or a V bottom, seeing this as a V bottom would have been a good entry. Capitalized on eating up this and breaking the VWAP, that would have been an entry right there. Testing, break I wouldn't even wait for a retest. Break and just ride it all the way up until it tells us, like RoboCop, I'm having trouble. And at the first sign of a hiccup, you cut it. So we broke it, retest, that would have been a nice cut right there. Of a second retest, you're kind of thinking higher. You're always thinking more and more and more. You have to start thinking of what I have. Because even if this doesn't fail, even if SPY rides out and closes at 501.93, you will lose all this profit. Waiting from this time, from 11.23 to 12.43, you've lost profit. There was more premium at 501.85 at 11.20 than 501.85 at 12.40. You want to sell while your goods are hot. No one wants to buy day-old bagels. They want them as soon as they come out of the oven. Sorry. Second bakery reference of the day. It works, though. Bakery analogies work very well with options because it works with time and quantity, freshness and availability, and demand. I knew I feel badly that you chose this broadcast to listen to, but I appreciate you. Usually with a more promoted one, and we have like at least a dozen people in here. There's banter, there's checking tickers back and forth. Now I'm just checking my DMs and watching these two tickers. My producer just passed me a note. Line, you, I like that attitude. Better than not learning at all. I mean, if you think this is learning, we can really get into it. But so I don't want to mention the program, but Lanyu is used to using a system, just like we all are, right? We all have our systems that we like, and I think adding to any system is the way to go. You want to add as much confluence and confirmation and negation as you can. Right now, my go-to is the QTA platform to check that. And if I had traded purely on QTA today, I would not have been in this watch and I don't want to say hope, but watch and wait period. Like we're waiting for this move to 503, when in reality, checking the quant chart, we could have been in on this move from here to here. So I'm not trying to, I don't want to put down anyone's program. That's not what I'm doing. I'm not trying to say any program by itself is great, but using a program with other things is doubly better. I need to eat something. I apologize. Disclaimer, anything being said by Doc right now is not to be taken seriously due to lack of calories and carbs. All right. This is an extreme consolidation period. We're at a lunchtime consolidation. We ran up. We got here at 11:30 or so. We should around 1 o'clock, and that's why I marked this off. This line here is 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, we should see a move up or down. And then from 1 on will be how the rest of the day behaves. You know what? Let's go to full screen. Let's take it to full screen. Pow. And I'll pop the SPY on a separate screen. I'll watch it in case something happens. We'll resort back to it. Have to get back to work as well. Oh, looking forward to more streams like this. Cheers, like you got it. Line, you have a great day. Thanks for tuning in. we have some lovely parting gifts for you. The played home version. So SPY is still in that descending triangle. It's actually a beautiful pattern. And it's respecting it beautifully. Maybe I should pop that over. Let's watch that. Whatever one I show you, the other one is going to have action. Let's just realize what it is. Come on down, NVIDIA. It's not your time. It's SPY's time. So let's look at how this pattern is behaving according to the ABCDE flush. Right? We have an entry, and then A, a B, a C, a D, an E, an F. So according to the ABCDE pattern, there has to be one more touchdown before the flush up. If volume enters before that, we can have a flush up on D, because that ABCD pattern is not, proven. It's just a guide or a possibility. B, C, D, E, F. And I'll move this out of the way. That's what we're looking for here. Again, it could go at any point on the A, the B, the C, the D, or the E. Those are all chances for it to break the pattern. The most common one to break is after the touch of the E. So if you enter in one direction, expect to exit in that direction. That's really the main point. Because the pattern is essentially enter, go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and then exit. This pattern is the basics of stock market trading, investing, and charting. You have an entry, a pullback, a consolidation, or some type of pattern, and then an exit. Reversals happen when this test fails. And this is where Fibonacci's come from. You can measure a Fibonacci like that. And look at that. You have a 50% retracement perfectly on just me drawing that, eyeballing it. I'm not saying, oh, look how good I am. I'm just showing you that that particular simple pattern is how Fibonacci's are made, how pullbacks are made, how reversals can be found when you have a failure of that level. So many different things. Average view, 24 minutes and 40 seconds. I like it. I like it. If you can hang out with me for 24 minutes, you deserve a prize. 725 put, that was from 4 days ago. What happened to ATSX? And how's our Giga Cloud is gone. Oh, we're getting right into that resistance. Look at that. Come on. Oh, NVIDIA, don't you look bullish, right? We have a pole here, a little bit of a flag. Let's cut all this out. Pole, flag, higher. Do it. Do it. I don't know what that I. Hold on, I'll be right back, guys. Yeah. Okay, NVIDIA is ready to do something at 1 o'clock. We are getting to such a point right here. And let me just explain what I mean. This is, I'm going to leave that level because that's important, but this is becoming a really elongated, if I stay in the trend, it goes out to here. And if we get the underside of it, so this is, talk about drawing out the tension or the suspense. It's like a full hour and a half of just this pattern developing. Okay, 1 hour, sorry. Well, if you incorporate here, entry. Let's see where this forms. You know what? I think this line is extra. We're in this pattern. Right? No, it's right there. Yeah. Yeah. Way too many bounces back and forth. The entry A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. All right. If we fail here, going to VWAP. And I'm going to lunch. If we hold here, we could have a pop higher. 1 o'clock is the, why did that come up? Get rid of that. 1 o'clock is starting the end of lunch, but people come back and they trickle in. So what is the lunchtime lull? What is that? Is that a real thing? Yeah. Because the theory is that people take lunch and they just don't trade. And then the other theory is, well, no, that's impossible because if I was trading with millions of dollars of other people's money, I would never take my eyes off the screen. The caveat is that you have to remember is that certain people take lunch, right? The senior traders and the senior brokers and everybody that's running the show, they could take lunch and they put it in the hands of the junior brokers and traders and assistants and like. So what happens is that you'll have a monitoring where they're able to keep it in one area or one zone. And that's why a lot of times you'll have consolidation, you'll have patterns between the 12 and 1 o'clock time zones, between the 12 and 1 o'clock of the Eastern time zone. So when the lunchtime ends, they come in and like, oh, okay, let's look at this. All right, I don't like it. And then they make a move. So right around 1 o'clock, we should expect a move on NVIDIA, and there's the move right there. I mean, talk about live explanation. This is the subfloor. It's revisiting that again. So maybe that is the pattern. Maybe I did it too, or let's see. Entry A, B, C, D, E, F. So 1 o'clock is here. Let's move this to 1:15. That makes more sense. Entry A, B, C, D, E, F. Let's see how everything unfolds. SPY is doing something interesting. SPY broke that pattern, but went down to our support. This random outlier that seemed to be random is now becoming support. So now we have a double touch. If we zoom out, we can see a little better. Too wiki, can't really see it. But anyway, you have a touch, and a mound or a hump, and another touch for potential higher. So this whole time, the price action has stayed same, right? Same, same, same. RSI, relatively same, but decreasing. So we're coming to a point of decision on the indicators. Look at the MACD, super flat, super flat. A decision has to happen, and I bet you the Bollinger Bands would be something of interest to see. Oh, they're on. I just have to turn them on over here. Okay. Yeah, so the Bollinger Bands, as they get tighter, you would expect to move. See how wide they are here? And as it gets tighter, there's more of an expectation for a pop either way, either up or down. And I have to get rid of my hate looking at Bollinger Bands. On the SPY, you really can see the Bollinger Bands. See how wide the Bollinger Bands are and now how tight they're getting? SPY should have a really big move. It's leaning towards the downside. All right, there's our VWAP. We blow through that. That's going to be something else. Oof. Oof, look at that touch. Oh, maybe blow past it. Those 750s are dead in the water now. Might as well just leave them on. Stopped out of everything else. The SPY is going back to the VWAP as well. This is a good example of how textbooks will say if you have a pole and a descending triangle, it should pop to the upside. But you have to underline that word should. Should is a very important word because anything at the end of a pattern can happen. See, the volume came in right at the end of the pattern. That means some institution or some bank or whatever, they came in and right at 103, I think that's exactly where we had it. It was a couple minutes after 1 o'clock. But right there, they have a decision that was made. And they decided that. Where are we going? Where are you going, NVIDIA? Where are you going? Back to the 2-day VWAP? That's the only thing I see. What does the GEX tell us? SPY is approaching VWAP again. Yep, 740 on NVIDIA is still the highest GEX and the highest liquidity. So 740 might be where we close today. There's a few strikes lower, 735 and 730. They're not really that strong though. This might have been just a one decision. So some people might look at this as an opportunity, or I don't think people are going to jump on the bandwagon for lower. That big move, that high volume, what do we get in that? 700,000 as opposed to 300,000 the 5 minutes before. See, that's more than double in the same time frame. So that was a reaction to something. Someone looked at it, whatever the case is. That was not a natural, organic move. Same thing on the SPY. SPY came crushing down, and it's now dancing around the VWAP. Ugh. Going. If you're going there, just go. I don't know why everyone's like, there's like hiccups along the way. If you're gonna fall to the 2-day VWAP. And people, I don't know why people would be, I guess there's seller and a buyer on either side, but why would people be trying to buy at this point? Just let it go down to a support level and then think about getting in there. So let me diagram what I'm talking about. So this was pre-drop, right? It was in that pattern. And we were saying that pattern could go either way. We were looking up, just like the textbooks tell us. We were looking up, but ta-da, we dropped right down to that support again, 732. So now, if you're playing this into next week, this could be a nice bounce pad for that 750, right? We broke it this whole, last day or so, flirting around that's 2-day VWAP, broke above it finally, and now we can use this as a bounce pad for higher. So we'll look into this. Maybe we'll look into 750, no, because I looked into that next week and it was ridiculous. We could do a debit spread. If it's too expensive just for one, we don't want to take on that much risk. We can look into getting a debit spread. There's always options. That would be a good tagline for, I guess, for for teaching options. One-on-one stops. There's always options. So now we're really cold on the RSI. See how cold we got? We get down to the 21s, 22s, now the 20. The vortex indicator is the most spread out it's been all day. Debatably back here from 11, but even during 11, that started the biggest move up. So now we have the biggest move up, and then consolidation. There is no move. Now the biggest move down is with the biggest spread of the vortex indicator. Now, if this starts to come back and this consolidates, we can expect to ride this out to the end. But if this starts to come back together and we start seeing price action move up, we can expect a nice charge for even higher than this area. I hope that makes sense. So if these start to come back together, you zoom in. If the gold starts to come back down to zero barrier, or it's 1, actually the 1 is the common denominator, and the blue comes back and that crosses the histogram, the signals cross with the histogram turning into green, everything starts looking up. That's our only way out of this downward move. Now, if we're just watching this and we don't have a bias, we're looking for the 2-day VWAP to be support. If this breaks, the next one is a technical support at 727 and then 725. The quantitative support is at 730. That uses the VWAP of today, which is this, and the VWAP of yesterday, which is this. This VWAP and today's VWAP gives us this line. When this day is finished, it will have more data to produce a different line for Tuesday's 2-day VWAP. Because Tuesdays will take into account this VWAP and the current one on Tuesday. So the VWAP should be actually higher if we're using this one, right? So we'll have to see, but just keep that in your back of your mind. And if you have QTA, you can compare. If you don't, consider signing up now. Go to quanttradingapp.com, use code DNOW30. You get 30% off your first month, and you get a live demonstration by yours truly, Doc. Enter now. I was on radio freshman and sophomore year of college, and the guys used to make fun of me because I sounded like the 777 film guy. I don't know if anyone listening to this even knows it. But there was a time where pre-internet, you had to check the newspaper for your movie. Like if you want to go see a movie, hey, what time is the movie playing? You had to grab a newspaper and check the times. So as an innovation from that, you would have to use the telephone. And you'd call, and it doesn't matter what area code. I think it was just in New York, though. 777 film. And some guy would answer me like, hello, thank you for calling Movie Phone. If you know the name of the movie you'd like to see, press 1. And that's exactly how it did it. That's how you saw a movie back in the ancient times. Now, you just look at your phone. In my day, we had to walk both ways, uphill, in the snow, both ways. Progress. It's amazing. So now, okay, getting back to our vortex indicator theories, this was the widest it's been, and they should start coming back, but guess what? Vortex is not done. The difference is now is that the gold has gone higher and the blue is staying the same. It's not mirroring the gold action. It's not going lower as the gold gets higher. So then let's look at the values. The values, I don't want to hover over it. See, when you hover over it, it goes to where you're hovering. So I'll have to look at it. So what I'm going to look at is these levels right here. Shit, I can't even do that. Shoot. I said shoot. So the current value of the blue is 65. That's 65 points away from 0. 135, or now 144, is 44 points away from 1. I'm sorry. The 61, the blue, is 39 points away from 1. And the yellow is 44 points away. So the yellow is further from 1, which is 0. It's crazy how they do that. They should have just made it 0, but they don't. They make it a little harder. 1 is ground 0. So if it's blue's at 63, that means it's 37 points away from 1. 135 is 35 points away. The blue is further away, so the blue has more road to go. So what that does is create more of an open chance for a bigger move to the upside should these two come back and meet each other. And they always do. The day they don't come back that'll be the end of the world, I guess. I don't know. It'll be forever up or forever down. That's what it means. The RSI has now made a double bottom at that 21 or even 20 zone. And now the MACD is looking to come together again. I'm not going to say crossover because we don't know yet. We moved our marker to about 115 or 116 for some type of action, and we should see that. And then on the SPY, we have a retreat to the VWAP. We can get rid of this pattern now. Thanks for not playing. This did not go. This was a pattern. It played out just to the downside. The VWAP has now saved us as a support. This is a really good bullish candle. This on the 5-minute. On the 15-minute, that's still red. So in 10 more seconds, we'll get a new candle. If that new candle if it starts off green, that's an inkling or a bullish way of doing it. I mean, a way to look at it. I'm telling you, I need to eat something. I should get some lunch. All right, so we're at our 115. That was our prediction for a move, right? It'd be really cool if you made that move exactly when we predicted it. Make me look good, SPY, or NVIDIA, wherever you are. And always keep in mind that the ETFs, some ETFs trade 15 minutes after hours. So the SPY and the Qs go 15 minutes after hours. NVIDIA does not. NVIDIA is not one of those things. It will stop at 4 o'clock. If you are in any credit calls or puts or spreads, make sure you close them before 4 o'clock. Do not get assigned. And also close any debits that are close to in the money. Because if it does move after hours and you're holding on to even a debit, if you're holding on and it moves after hours, you can get assigned. You can actually get assigned up until midnight. The options, the contracts, expire at midnight. Even though trading stops at 4 or 4:15, you can still get assigned to midnight. Now, some banks help you with getting assigned or closing your position. You can use a cashless exercise, or you can do a cashless assignment where they can help you sell and then rebuy immediately your shares. It's probably made for a standalone video rather than get into it now. But just know that move is out there. GCT ran into a resistance, and that might be it. Yeah. That was the move we've been waiting for to reach that point. It is now at the top of the cup. That was the planned target back from November, if I remember. Right here is where we started drawing. We got to compete with this line. We broke it and retested it. Okay, now we're in this down channel expecting an up move. It did get the up move, and it went right to our target. Look at this. Look, see this pattern? Let me drag it over. That was the pattern. Down, up, range, and then finally explode. It popped earlier than we expected. Even better. All right, NVIDIA, what do you got? Annoying much. All right, let's get rid of this line. Thanks for playing. $15-minute, very bearish looking. Very, very bearish. This is still support. That would actually make sense. A touch, another touch. This 2-day VWAP stands in the middle of that pattern. And it looks like it's weakening as we speak. I'm getting lost in this music I have in the background. Very ambient. Yeah, so it looks like that pattern's going to play out. We're going to break the 2-day VWAP, come back down and touch this 727. That was the gap fill, or was it 725? Still can't get over how perfect this move was that we didn't take in the morning. I would have been done in 35 minutes, closed it all, but then we started getting sucked into NVIDIA. NVIDIA always sucks you in. Hey, we're going up. Nope, sorry. We're going to get a pattern, we'll go up more. Nope, sorry, we're going down. It's like the anti-textbook pattern. Up channels break to the upside. Bullish triangles break to the downside. And I guess the second you plug in that calculation of like everything is opposite, that's the second it reverts back to forming into line. Ooh. Okay. Hello, John. I am free today at 5 p.m. I will send you a Zoom link. Perfect. Yeah, so this 0 DTE following trends and lines and levels, it can get very exhausting very quickly. That's why I'm in the camp of 1 or 2 trades before 10:30 or 11:30. If you catch this move, good, take it and get out. If you miss this move, get in at the bottom of it and take it this way and then get out. The whole idea of following it throughout the day, getting into the afternoon hours is not the way to do things. We kind of got sucked into this just because I was following it, and NVIDIA literally put on a clinic of how patterns can go against you. That's really it. We had an up channel of NVIDIA that broke to the upside when they normally break to the downside. A bullish triangle broke to the downside. Now a double bottom pattern is stopping at the 2-day V, which is not so quirky, but it just goes along the lines of NVIDIA. But now we're starting to look bullish again with the indicators. See how it dances around the zero barrier? You commit. Do one thing that you're supposed to be looking to do, because now it could still break lower. The yellow or the gold and the blue are starting to meet. If they do not cross and the gold bounces up, you'll see more bearish action. It's so funny. I'm like notorious for being bearish on everything. NVIDIA, Tesla, SPY, and I get a lot of, flack for it. Even in the morning today before the market opened, I was bearish on NVIDIA with this orange triangle arrow move right down to where we ended up. But for some reason, we got sucked into going high. We got stopped out of our calls here, but then we are triggered to keep looking for higher during the day because we want to be right. Just pure stubborn mentality. And that's exactly what you shouldn't be doing. It's almost like every live trade I do, I resort back to emotional trading. When I'm fixed and alone and not like in this mode of showing or entertaining or, look at my chart, look at these patterns, look at this, blah, blah, blah. It's pure data. We go here, we go there, I stop out, I take profit, everything's good. But even here, when I forgot about that 745 call, I said the second it goes, 740 call, I said the second it gets in the money, I'm going to close it. It got in the money. I was off doing something else. It's just a backwards way. So every live session from now on, I'm going to be focusing purely on what should be done, and I'm going to have nothing invested in it. Because if I put a call into something, I get I'm losing on it, but B, I'm not telling exactly where to get in, get out. If we had suggested, okay, this would be a good time to get calls here, make sure you think about taking profit when it gets to 740. That's information that could be plugged in and played. But with me, I plug in and I'm not available to play it. So it works for everyone listening, but it doesn't work for me. That's the long and short of it. Another idea I had was to keep a live feed on. Maybe like this weekend. I'm not going to do it this weekend, but keep a live feed on. And then when someone pops in, they will type in chat like ticker they'll pop that in. And when I look at it, I come across it like, hey, no problem. Let's take a look at GCT. But the idea is like a live on-call question and answer form. Is that too next level? Okay, here's an extremely popular pattern forming. This would be like the fourth time. You know what? This has to be a little lower because it's tilted. Take it back up to the view app. Potential. Possible. Now that I think about that open question and answer at YouTube, that's what the Discord really is. Like, you can just pop in there, type my name at Doc, either in the public chat or the gold side, or in the enthusiast gold. And then it'll alert me and I can check it out. So that's already in there. But that's for people in QTA. What about a 1-800 number? What about a toll-free number? It doesn't even have to be 1-800. It could be a regular. I have an extra line. I can use an extra. put a phone number in, call this number, and get a live stock advice. That's not a good idea. That's financial advice. That's not what I want. That's literally financial advice I just described. Call this number and we'll tell you what to do with your money. No. I want to be in the business of showing or educating the rules and fundamentals of trading. There are systems that go around trading. There are systems and strategies, and then there are tools. So this is an important distinction. What we're doing here is more system related. This is trading. This is stock market trading. This is without using a system. You know, people have their systems and they'll call it like pattern explosion theory, pattern explosion theory, or double bottom reversed scalping. Whatever the case is, those are systems. These are the fundamentals of trading. When you have certain candles that line up together, you should expect this. When you have a bullish triangle, you should expect to go higher, but be careful and be wary of the downside. So that's why you wait till the end of a pattern to make a move. No matter what your system is telling you or what your other data is telling you, this is tried and true. At the end of a pattern, you could expect up or down. You don't want to expect a support to hold. You want to wait until it's confirmed that it's holding. And that's just 101. Sorry if I got a little hot right there. I just get a little invested. So let's check back on SPY. SPY bounced off the VWAP, and now it's at the bottom of our pattern. The base. This is a bullish. Again, this is a descending triangle, just like what NVIDIA was in, but just shorter and a little stubbier looking. But this should break to the upside. This is this is how patterns play out. Watch this, NVIDIA. This is where this pattern should go on the break. A break up to above 502. See now, I'm getting like revengey. Like I'm just about to say, I'm gonna put blah 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 amount of dollars for this to go upside just to prove NVIDIA wrong. I'm not proving anybody wrong. I'm just spinning my own gears, screaming at a wall. But NVIDIA again has proven to be exactly the opposite, but actually really good proof of that anything can happen. So let's mark this off the neckline here. Head and shoulders pattern, you can use it with anything. It's not a substitution for any system or strategy. It's one of the most recognized and most trusted, I guess is the good word, but the most executable. And the most reliable, that's it. The most reliable pattern is a head and shoulders pattern. NVIDIA has broken 2 out of 4 of them today. This is an inverted head and shoulders. So it's actually just a shoulder, neckline, head, neckline, shoulder. So it looks like a person with high shoulder pads on, right? Shoulder, shoulder, head in between. And it breaks below the neckline, in this case above, because it's inverted. I'm like so angry that these simple patterns aren't playing out on NVIDIA. But that's what NVIDIA's been doing for the past 2 months, is just breaking all the rules. This is where squeeze plays comes from. This is like the origin of squeeze plays. When they stop adhering to all the rules, and you just get this ridiculous run up, and it just gets exponentially faster and tighter and more insane. This was an example of a squeeze. I know it started with a catalyst and there's AI stuff and blah, blah, blah involved. But with the earnings, you should see a serious, serious move. Either ridiculous new highs, I'm talking close to 4 digits, not overnight, but 1,000s is it's in play, because why not? We were almost half of where we were the beginning of this year. We were at 470. We are now almost 300 points. I'm pushing it. 250, right? You get my idea. So where was the beginning of this? The last low, 408. The last touch of that support was November 1st. And now, coming up on March 1st, we're almost at 750. It's nuts. I've made the case. It's proven that it's been crazy. I get it. Sorry if I'm beating a dead horse. But on the earnings play, it could be the go-ahead for an attempt at a thousand. Literally, I'm talking $1,000 a share for NVIDIA if they have good guidance and earnings. If they do not, it will be the perfect excuse to take NVIDIA down a peg, or maybe even 2 pegs. This is all open. I know there's a lot of lines here. Or I should say, there was a lot of lines here. This is all open for business. And this is obviously open for business. And that just goes to show you, if you look at the calls and the gamma, people are expecting 800, 900. What we say the 900 call for next week is like $350. 900. Crazy. But crazy is NVIDIA. Crazy is as crazy does. I want to make a substantial move here to make it a sign-off good. I don't want to sign off with, what happened? Because especially now that Line U said he was going to watch later, I'm kind of committed to making a broadcast with closure, I should say. It also gets really boring just watching one ticker. I really like to bounce around with other people, what they're watching, what we're looking at. But I really have no choice but to stay watching NVIDIA right now, because that's all we focused on this whole video. So now I have to provide some type of closure with it. And I'm just inventing other things to look at, like Abercrombie and Fitch. I have no idea if anyone else wants to look. I mean, this is ridiculous. $14 4 months ago. Now it's above $114. So if you bought 10 of these, you now have 1,021. So $140 investment gives you now 1,041 or 1,021. I mean, 10x in 4 months. And they don't sell Abercrombie and Fitch, great store, not knocking it, but I don't really see much. They don't. This is becoming a rant broadcast rather than. We have left the educational bus behind. So the SPY broke out of that little triangle, but now it's running into this resistance right here. Let's clean up some of these lines. This trend down is proving to be stronger than any level. It broke all the other levels, flirted with all these levels, but this freaking one trend, it's having trouble with. A break of this trend in this level could see a shot for 503. And that would be a lot of fun to end on a good note after a tumultuous day. That would be good. Alert, alert. Oh, I see. That makes a lot of sense. Huh. That's a lot of messages that I sent. I wonder if That's interesting. Not so much, uh, not as interesting enough to share, but. So just to look at NVIDIA real quick, that pattern, it didn't get that other shoulder in there, but it played out right up to VWAP pretty nicely. There's still room left on the RSI to make it pop over that VWAP, but it's getting a little hot, so you might want to look for a little bit of a retracement and then take another shot at it. How far retracement? Back down to like here would be good, and then pop over it, and then maybe even back test it here and get ahead. That is a possible outcome. The other one is just that it blows right through it, and that pattern continues up, and it joins this as a stop, retracement, and hit that. So, in fact, let me correct that. Like that. And again, you know, if I still had a risk allotment for the day, this would have been a perfect entry at this 2-day VWAP. I know we were expecting or anticipating also another drop from that, but since it didn't happen, We got a nice bounce off that. That could have been a period of taking calls or taking a type of bullish position. If you're a scalper, a bullish position would be from here, take this run up, but as soon as you start getting that rejection, you're out. So if you got 100 contracts and you made 25% move on those 100 contracts, that's a nice pretty penny. If you did 10 contracts, 25. If you did one contract, 25% move would have been great. So we have to get more focused and more micro vision rather than where are we going on the day. That's not how to day trade. It's not how we're going to end the day. Day trading is where are we going to go next within this day. So my first plan, getting back to this, I'm sorry to keep getting back to this, but your first inkling that was going down to here, that would have been the day trade. You were in, you're out, and you move on. You can find another ticker, you can go to the park, do something else, but the idea is you're in and out. You don't hope for more than what you planned. You don't hope for, it got here so quick, we can go down more. It could, but that's not what our plan was. Our plan was in, out, and that's it. Our human emotions kicked in, and we got this breakout, and then we got stopped out. So because of that, we were in like this, I can't believe NVIDIA got against us. That's a bad way to start the day. So now I just want to see, just for kicks and giggles, I want to see NVIDIA go to 750, right? Just because. It's like rooting for your own team. If the Giants win or the Giants lose, I'm not a Giants fan, by the way. I always use the Giants as an example. If the Giants win or lose, it's not really going to affect my life. I'll be in a good mood if the Giants win, because why? How does that change my life if a bunch of people I do not know won a game against a bunch of people I don't know? That does not affect me. I'm not betting on it. It doesn't affect me morally or financially if they win or lose. It's just something fun to get behind. You can do the same thing with trading. We're not in this trade right now, but yeah, it'd be fun. It'd be fun to see NVIDIA go to the 750, which we called out. Sometime in part of the day, we said, okay, we're going to 750. That's why we got into the trade. But at what time of day makes it clearly important, right? If we did not go there right away, we started the opposite way, then that's it. We close up shop and we go to invest another day. On the same ticker, on the same angle, but reversely, if we're in this and we got in too early, right? And we have calls. We're like, okay, we're getting calls with it. And then we held on for some weird reason. A lot of people would get out after here, like, okay, I'm going to get out here. Oh, I didn't get out there. All right, this is too much. Let me get out. This would be the worst time to get out of those calls if you're failing on them, because you're expecting a play back up. A lot of people would enter calls where you would be selling them. You don't want to do that. You want to enter calls at the beginning of a move. At the same time, you don't want to leave calls at the beginning of a move. So you have to look at it from the other way. Which one should I delete? How about none of them? I'll just make this a little less obnoxious. Because this is still in play. This resistance at this level, a bounce, VWAP as support, continuing pushing it higher, but then this is still a similar trend on SPY that we just saw earlier. Something happened at 1 o'clock, bond report, something, doesn't matter. We're just looking at the reaction. Doesn't matter what it was, it happened. But now is the recovery phase. This was a gut reaction. People saw the opportunity to take in. Okay. Now I want to know what it was. After I just got saying, it doesn't matter what it was. So the San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly was speaking at 12:10. She could have been speaking at 1 and wrapped it up with maybe this is why I was in consolidation the whole time. Let's see. Hover. Something happened at 1 o'clock. Bond report, what have you. Now we're gearing up. See how the blue was starting to come back in, but now we're getting that bounce. If we get that more of a bounce there and the blue flicks up, this should flick up. Just like the RSI is flicking up. I call this like a dovetail. I don't know why it doesn't look like, I don't think doves have tails, but just a little flick. This is major resistance here. Let's look at the quant. No resistance on the quant. Here's the quant chart. Right? Seemingly open air, except for this technical resistance right here. That's pretty strong. Once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. This will be the 8th time revisiting 739. Or we'll call it 740 just to make it even. 7th time, 740. Or if we go even back further, this is the beginning of the week. Is this Monday? Yeah. This was revisited first. And major rejection. Hit it again. What do we have here? We have ourselves an ascending triangle. I'm going to take a picture and post this. This is where technical charting and quant charting come together. Oh, we're really lagging right now. I don't know how much longer this is going to last. I think we're going to run out of time in the day. th 2024. Oh. We are precariously on this breakout above. We have a nice cup handle, should be going higher. See that cup, a little bit of a hiccup or a handle, and then pop higher. Or this trend, for some reason, will stay super, super harsh and reject it back down to the VWAP. Back to the VWAP. Why? Why, computer? Why? All right, as we're watching this battle of this trend and level, we're looking at the indicators. Again, if the blue bounces off of 1, which is the neutral line, we'll have a big move upward. If the gold crosses, we'll have a move downward. But we're looking for a big move. A big move happens on the bounces of these rather than just the crossing. Crossings do give way to big moves, don't forget. But watch this. See how blue was on top? I mean, the gold was on top, and instead of crossing back, it bounced. On that bounce, we had this big move down. And then on the other side, the crossing of it, we had a cross. The blue was on top for a little bit. Instead of crossing back over, it bounced, and we have a big move up. So fast forward to the present time, blue is on top. We're coming down, we're reaching it to touch together. And we're looking for that bounce to go higher, or is the gold going to cross and we go lower? I'm really hoping to see a lot higher because I want to finish this off strong. I want to finish this off in some fashion. Not doesn't have to be as strong. Just with some type of closure. I just want closure. Just want some closure. SPY is saying hello to new fresh sunshine on the other side of this trend. 502.46 is our level to beat. In fact, let's make it legit. Let's make it official. We are at the level to beat right now. Right? I'm not taking the highest point. I'm taking the level here. Right? Just so you see that. We're not taking this super high point. This is the level to beat. This was a fluke. It's dipped in the water, came out. This is where the water line starts. So we want to see a break of that. And then ultimately, obviously, want to make a new higher high. But that's the level to watch there. Back to NVIDIA. We're getting up to the 738, 739. This is where we had trouble. All right. We have the momentum. We have a nice, look at that, nice bull flag on the RSI. The MACD is kind of flickering back and forth. The blue looks like it wants to bounce. I want to end with a bang or showcase here or something. Something presentable. So that when I don't edit this video later, I want to have a reason why to edit this together. How about that? Okay. Now we've got something. We're going to go for 740. Let's do it. Four. I don't know if I can do 4 o'clock. I might have to get some. Maybe I can get something to eat now. Let me see. Can I let you know? Thanks. All right, we got the gas. All right, all right, all right. We're back in familiar territory here. NVIDIA took an NVIDIA ride. We got a nice W action on the day. If we had started off, we started off on the wrong foot. If we started off playing the downside, we could have seen the end of that, then played the upside. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, right? Or shoulda, woulda, coulda. That's what our boy Solar Story says. But since we started off on the wrong, we kind of just kept looking up, looking up, looking up. What you want to do is realize it's like a drummer. You know, if you realize you're off by one beat, stop for a second and then pick up the beat. What we did was kind of trying to reset our brain. We trying to just find support, and go for an action. We found this inverted triangle action here off this nice support to ride us up to 740. If this was a move that you were in, this would be profit taking. We're not looking to go higher from there. Since we're live, we're going to be continually playing it because I'm going for at least another hour. I want to see power. I want to see this into power hour. I think we're going to see a lot of stuff happen in the last hour of trading. I think a lot of action should happen. The SPY is really cooking. Where's my chart on SPY? Hello. SPY is testing that level, broke it, retesting it. So 503 is in sight. Right? Close to the overnight high, and this is the all-time high, 503.84. If sentiment picks up toward the end of the day, and it should, because it's a 3-day weekend after a volatile week, we should see some explosions in the last hour. I'm not saying explosion higher. It could be a profit taking. We touch all-time highs again, you can see a flush down. If we break all-time highs, you can see a flush up to 505. In fact, let's check the GEX to see how crazy that those sentiments are. I'll leave it on NVIDIA as I check the other screens. So now we have a double top on the RSI. Double top and a rising price action is nothing. That's not bearish divergence. Bearish divergence would have been a double top on the RSI and a lowering price action. This is not a double top. This is a lowering. That's a lower. That is a little bearish. But this is a little bullish. So we have conflicting data. What do we do? If we're trading just on RSI and we have conflicting data, well, what do we know what to do? This is why we always check other systems. Another system or tool that we are promoting today is, when I promote every day, is Quant Trading App, the QTA. This has several tools at our disposal. The one we're going to check right now is the GEX. The GEX measures liquidity, which is essentially, let's X out of that. I don't want to show that alert. This is the GEX. Right now, we are approaching the mass liquidity, 740, and that's the call volume. 740 might be the end of what we see today. Unless there's some new sentiment that comes in when we get to 740. Are we there yet? Yeah, we're there. And the new GEX comes out in 9 minutes from now. So we might have to bring up Advanced GEX. Advanced GEX is just like the table I showed you, but in a way that you can punch it up live. You can get your own report live. So we can see if it's changing. In between those 15-minute feeds, you might get different GEX levels and different action. So actually, I'll show you how to do it. This is the GEX. This is the Quant Trading App website. We'll go to Options. We'll go to Advanced GEX. And I'm watching the NVIDIA price here. So what this does is you can actually generate your report. So if you're a swing trader, if you are a long and time investor, you're looking for a good entry, you would just want to see what the sentiment is for going forward, this is a great tool to do it. So let's see what NVIDIA is doing here as that loads. My bandwidth is getting throttled, I think. I'm using too much. So we're fighting at that level. We're going to keep an eye on that 738, 799. We want to keep it above 738, 32. And we're forming a hot dish. Hot dish is right, the waiter's arm in the hot bowl of soup. You don't want to spill that soup. If you spill the soup, you're fired, right? So you have the waiter's arm. He's holding a hot dish. The soup starts to spill. You start failing. If you hold that soup and you deliver it to your table, hooray, you get a nice tip. And that nice tip is a nice pop upwards. And I realize that the only lines I've been drawing have been bullish. And that's because I'm live. I'm always looking bullish when I'm live. So 744 is a nice target. That was the high of the day. We'll leave it there. This actually, it's not just drawn out of nothing. Let's see if this fits. Right? That's a run up, a little extra run up. Maybe we'll take this. We'll borrow this one. So 742 is the target. And back to the Advanced GEX, right? A break of 740 would be a lookout 742. A rejection at 740 would be a lookout 737. So here we are in advanced gex. We'll do this like super fast mode. We're typing NVIDIA. And this is great if you, like I said, if you're doing a swing trade, it has all the expirations that are available in an options chain. So what we're going to do is we're going to focus on just today's expiration. It would be good if we were looking into the future for trading. We want to look, so we have calls for June 1000 on NVIDIA. You can search that and see where people have the most interest in, where the sentiment is. So right now, without moving anything, see that? There are calls up to 1,000. The volume there is 3.6 million. 3.6 million is the volume for 1,000. Right now, if you want to compare, the high one is 47 million at 750. And this is overall. This is using all of them. We're going to uncheck everything. We're going to just use today's. And submit. I love this, the spinning gear. By the way, if you wanted to change it, all that spinning gear, it has the light and dark theme, which we should probably do because I'm staring right at bright light. Bright light, bright light. Dark mode. And we on. All right, ready? Drum roll. I can already see 740 is the biggest one. 750 is the second. What's this? This is the highest call open interest. And right here, the absolute gex has the most liquidity. That's to let you know where the most liquidity is. The 740 is the highest by far, almost 100 million. The second highest is the 750 with 35 million. This might be a hard road to get to. If we do get to 745, 750 is easier. So I'll say that again. If we do get to 745, if NVIDIA gets to 745, 750 is an easier show to get to rather than just stopping in its tracks, right? If we do make it here, see, it doesn't fall off. If 750 going to 755 is next to impossible. Now watch I say that we go to 755 in 2 seconds. But the idea is that this is a drop-off. This is a drop-off. This is a huge drop-off. This is a hard move. If we're driving a motor vehicle, it can be hard to get here. Conversely, the other way, it's going to be hard to go any lower. So this might be a good point to select a close, right? I'm not suggesting place a butterfly here, but try it out on a paper. See if a butterfly to 740 happens. If you want to get a little smoother with it, do a broken butterfly. It'll stop you here so you don't lose if you go lower, but you can gain if you go higher. So that would be a good one. A broken butterfly up to 750. Expecting a move possible to 750 with the anchor at 740. Right? But being that we're live, we want to see some type of a circus, some type of show. I want to see a pop to 745, get that hard move out of the way, and then have the easy move to 750. With that being said, let's switch back to SPY. What happened to I had 2 WeBull charts. They're both NVIDIA. That's why. NVIDIA has broken that level and now going for the overnight highs. 503. Oh, I should have hit record on that. We may have to do that again. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. Yeah, we'll have to do that again. Sorry, Line You, if you're listening to this after work, we're going to have to repeat what I just did. I just realized I have to hit record. I want to do that. Right. Okay, if you're just joining us, this is Doc. We are watching NVIDIA. We are coming off of a quant level of this. This is the 2-day VWAP level that coincides with the quant chart. I can pull that up in a second, but we're in the middle of looking up to advanced gex. So we're playing this. We have an inverse head and shoulders, and I'll highlight this a little harder. So this is how you use confluence in two different areas. We have the technical pattern of an inverse head and shoulders. The second shoulder didn't really pan out, but this is the pattern we were expecting. So we're really playing a bounce off this 2-day VWAP into the daily VWAP. This showed a little bit of resistance, but instead of hitting it and then trying again, it just popped through it. So with that momentum, we're not really waiting for a retest again. We're just looking at the next level up. The next level up was support from earlier before lunch. That support has now become resistance, and now we're breaking that, coming around, dancing around it, whatever. We now have this big move to the upside. This 740 was, I just moved it. This 740 was our resistance earlier in the day that we are now revisiting again. Now, the question is this bounce going to take us into a more positive start of the week for next week? I say yes. And we're really concerned about this level 740 right here. So I'm thinking, before I get into that, maybe I should, yeah, let me close this a little here. The idea is where are we going to go from here, right? We had to look at the GEX 740. We just did that. We want to know if we're going to go any higher. We don't know if we're going to go higher, but we want to know if the data supports it. And we'll look at that in a second. Hang on. That we had not problems with, we had respect for earlier in the day, right? So now we're back at this level, and we're waiting for it to break. Once it breaks, we have this little spike to contend with right here, because that's not just such a random outlier. After we draw it, we're going to look left, and we'll see it has something already back here. See, overnight had a little contention with that level, and then beyond that, we have the true overnight high. Try to break it first thing in the morning, try to break it. Had a lot of volume in there, but not enough. Now we fast forward to current candles. We have the volume coming in once again. We have a strong move happening here. Let's look at the indicators. The vortex is bouncing off the blue, is bouncing off the gold. When you have a bounce instead of a cross, it creates an even stronger move. So let's back test that real quick before we miss the action. We have a crossover here. The blue crossed over the gold, created a nice up move right here. Then after that move is done, the blue starts to come back to the gold. But instead of crossing over, we get another bounce. That bounce, we have another fly up, right? And now the blue starts to come back again right now. And instead of crossing over, we have a bounce. And that bounce should take us higher to that 742 range. The 740 call that I had in way before this even dip. I didn't even get stopped out because I'm live and I always miss something when I'm live. We dip down here. This is where another call or another bullish position, however you do that bullish position, should have been thought about. And I'm thinking I might just close that 740 call. Right? Decisions. See, this is why I can't do live and trade my own. No one makes me bleed my own blood. But the idea of why we're going to higher than that, easily we looked at the advanced GEX. Advanced GEX right now, 740 is our most liquid area, the most liquidity right now. The absolute GEX and the highest GEX is at 740. 745 is a difficult move to go. It's a lot easier to go that way than down. But if we make it a 745, 750 is an easier ride. So if 745, 750 is in play. If no 745, 740 stays as the close for the day. So we were talking about maybe a butterfly or something like that to take advantage of this knowledge that 740 is such a high strike. But with how NVIDIA is acting lately, you know, we could see some action toward the end of close by power hour. So a good play right here would be a broken butterfly. Broken butterfly would take advantage of your 740 prediction, but also would not, if it goes any lower, you wouldn't lose. You'd cut your losses there. But it would open you up for potential higher moves. So if you make it wide enough, you incorporate that 750 in there, you can come away with a pretty penny. If you need assistance in setting up a butterfly, visit the option spreads or the income spreads channel on QTA. If you're a member, if you're not a member, consider joining. It's we can get you can use the code DNOW30. You get 30% off your first month to try it in a demo, a free live demo with me, and we can set you up and get you started. It's a great community. Everyone in there shares not only what they're looking at, but shares their own data. It's one of the communities, one of the few communities, one of the only communities I know that have so many people with their own data systems. It's amazing. It's an extra. It's not a selling point with QTA. It's the tools. That's the bona fide is the tools. But the gravy on top is definitely the community. Great community. No fussing, no messing around there. So look what we have on indicators, right? We're kind of leveling off. The RSI's dipped a little bit. The price action is still trying to stay positive. The volume is lull. It's lulling itself to sleep. It's going down. We have another lull here and a pop. We could see a bounce here. The gold is coming back to the blue. If the blue bounces again, we'll have another pop. If it crosses, we'll have a drop. And we'll extend this out to see how we do it. Now, if it does drop, we have support right here. Is that the right support? Maybe this is. That looks like it. Or down here. Let's keep it tight. Keep it tight. So, what we're waiting on is that volume to come in. Look at how low the volume's getting. How low it is. That's insanely low. For the course of the day, this is the lowest volume. It probably is the lowest. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Stop. The lowest volume of the day is in the middle of a consolidation pattern. It could be a good thing. The only good thing is if the volume comes in. If it stays low, then that's bad. We don't want all the buying and selling to dry up. We want some liquidity here. See, if the volume stays low, we have a danger move of that. So we broke that support. We'll move it down to the second one. I'm just moving the support rather than drawing line after line after line. Or was that the support? That looks good. So a break, a test, a launch, a platform to go higher. Break, test, retest higher. We'll see. Volume is still in the low stages. It's kind of drying up. We need that parabolic action here. High volume to drive it up to the first test, a lull, a reset, get a running start, and then kick through the door. How's SPY doing? SPY is doing fairly well. The data is showing to 505, but the technical shows overnight 503.20, and then 503.84 is the all-time high. So this is a bullish pattern. We're on the minute. Let's see what this looks like in the 5 minute. So you have a pole and then a flag right there. It should be more prevalent on the 5 minute. Pole, flag, or a little bit of a pullback for some higher. I'll get this out of the way and focus on NVIDIA for a sec. So that chance for higher rests on this support holding. And this is a natural pullback. In fact, let's check. I didn't mean to move that one. You know what? We don't need that. Get rid of that. We'll check a Fibonacci retracement and see how this level matches up. So we'll take the new higher low, and let's go all the way. Let's skip all that other stuff. 50% brings us back to a little above the VWAP, so maybe that's not right. Let's go check this run up. That's a little more. Yeah, you know what? Fibonacci, not the best right now because there was a couple extra pullbacks here. But really, you know what? Let's take the whole measurement. Bottom to the top, from the top to the bottom. So the retracement would be back to the VWAP, which is a little, if you're in a call, I would take profit first of all, you're in those calls. But that's a little much to stomach. So the breakout from the VWAP, that's a good measurement. The breakout from the VWAP to the top where we were, the retracement is right around where we are now. 737.71. It's a little lower than where we are now. Level by level. That makes sense right there. Broke, retest, big bound coming up, retest. Broke, test, retest, higher. Okay. Oh, if you heard the music that's on right now, it's perfect. It's like orchestra with violins starting to get quicker, more staccato. Din, 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 din. Yeah, I'm a bit of a geek, I'm sorry, but you have to deal. So, where are we on volume? Still in a lull? Almost gone. Well, this is the current candle, that's why it's really low. But still, lowest of all day. At 3 o'clock, this is going to see some serious stuff. This is going to be 88 miles per hour type of stuff. SPY is flipping up in a dovetail situation or a hot dish, right? You have the waiter's arm carrying a hot dish. If you spill it, you're out of a job. If you deliver it perfectly, you should see a reward to 503. Hey, the analogies are silly, but they're memorable, and that's the whole idea. You think the candlesticks, those names were thought of to be technically superior? No way. Abandoned baby, my favorite candlestick pattern, abandoned baby, is a real textbook term. That wasn't meant to be super technical. It was meant to be remembered. Oh, and we're spilling the soup. Why'd you spill the soup? You hold that level, NVIDIA. I want a good ending to this show. We should also expect to see faster moving, right? Faster volatility. The pre-lunch, forget all this. This is I don't think this is how we end the week. We end the week with moves like this. A move up, a move down. And what we say, the 50 on this whole entire thing was the VWAP, right? Should we double check it? Let's double check it. So from the 2-day VWAP to resistance, the 50 retrace is right at that line. Forgot what that line really was. But it's technically, we should call it the VWAP. We can get rid of this trend line now. It's broken. We can get rid of this move here. Get rid of that. So a hold and a bounce off this VWAP, we should see some serious stuff. We could see some serious stuff, I should say. And which would be great, because there would be a nice button on a otherwise tumultuous day. It was an exciting day to trade. Ups and downs. Ups and downs available. Hey, since we're talking about Fibonacci, let's try this one. Absolute bottom to resistance. Right into the golden zone. And then we'll just transfer that over. Oh, we don't have to move that. It's 50%. Retrace to 50. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, I deleted the resistance line. Nice job, Doc. Nice job. All right, let's try without the resistance. Maybe that was the thing that was holding NVIDIA back from 750. That was it. We found it. So now we have confluence here. We've matched up with our support and resistance line, which came from, I guess, overnight. Now it's matching up to VWAP. That's all that matters. I don't need to check. So SPY, the 503, which is the all-time high. Get out of that. Get out of that. Hate that. Right? 503, the all-time high, is our intraday zone high. So 503 is a definite target, especially with this bull flag on that nice long bull pole. That should take us right into almost 504. That should be a really nice move. Well, let's try NVIDIA. We've got to change tickers here. That drop-down menu that you saw, those are tickers that are available for the quant trading chart. You can always make your own with any ticker that's available that has options and it has liquidity. You can use advanced GEX to draw your own table. So we are in this ascending triangle on NVIDIA, and it's still hitting that 740. If we don't see a pop out of here now, we're going to come back down to the 732 range. And if you want to see that ascending triangle, it looks like I'm at. So this is the ascending triangle. Now you can see it pretty clearly. You have a rising support and a static, steady, hardcore resistance at 740. NVIDIA has not really met such a resistance in quite some time, right? If we look back on the daily, the last one was at 500, right? It tried to break 500 for however long this was. 4 months, couldn't break it. Then maybe back here, 630 area, there was thing, but it did break it. So every time it's run into resistance, it just keeps banging on the door until it pops. In this case, though, we have more of a pattern to work with, right? Once we touched 740, we immediately started with this ascending triangle. So instead of getting rejected to say, oh, you're not home? All right, see you later. I'll come back, in 2 months. It said, you know what? I'm going to look from the sidewalk to see if anyone's home. I'll come back up to the door, take another knock. Nope, no one's there. All right. And then finally, it pops to the upside. That's how an ascending triangle works. That's exactly how they explain it in textbooks, by the way. Just like that. They use that analogy. No. And here we go. This is that seagull pattern we were talking about earlier. It's not a true seagull pattern. And I don't think seagull pattern is actually a real thing, but this was the neckline to that. We'll keep that together. All my shoes and my glasses, so I have them, right? So you have a gull wing, a beak, and now another gull wing. The idea is that we keep that same support. We'll move it up to match. We keep the same support on the new wing for a chance to go higher. And there's a lot of time left. There's an hour and 27 minutes, which doesn't sound like a lot of time, but that 87 minutes, right? Yeah, 87 minutes should be volatile. NVIDIA has earnings next week. There's a lot of profit to be taken, but then a lot of upside left in a lot of people's minds. If you look at the GEX charts, I think the volume at 1,000 is 30 million. So 1,000. So there's a lot of upside of sediment, a lot of upside sediment on NVIDIA. But there's a lot of reasons for profit taking and a pullback. So we're really at a point right now, could go either way. Oh, I forgot to keep an eye on SPY. I have a 502, 503 call. This is why I'm never doing live and trading my own tickers. I never learn. I'm like, oh, I'll just do it once in the morning. I'm doing the PPI, just blah, blah, blah. Nope. I'm much better off focusing on someone else's trades or my own. Doing both never works out. Never, 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 never. If you can do it and it works for you, terrific. Not for me. Now's the time. Remember, we have to make a new higher high here. $740.92. Perfect. Perfect. Alert, alert. Oh, no.